Welcome in, YouTube, to part 7 of Morrighan Initari's adventures through Endwalker. Today, we're hopefully making it. I just got done telling Twitch chat this, but hopefully we're going to make it to the level 89 dungeon and trial, so that we'll be well set for finishing up the main Endwalker expansion on Friday. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe down below and let me know what you're all thinking of these videos. And that you can catch me on Twitch at twitch.tv/CalebGames here, where I stream Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, starting between 9 and 10 a.m. Pacific time. I love you, YouTube, and let's get on over to the gameplay, where we're talking to Fortunault right now to start our next series of quests. Oh, come on, quit being dumb, computer. There we go. As instructed, I shall take you to see the Aetherbud. Meet me outside the Archeon. I trust you can make your own way there. So the Ark is being built in Labyrinthos. Hardly surprising. Where else could they conceal such a massive undertaking? Valid. Now, I bet he was being a little cheeky with his, I'm sure you guys know how to get to the Archeon, because, you know, at the start of Endwalker, we had already done that with Kryle's help. Nil Zozo. Actually, probably would have been quicker to go back to any Aetherite and just teleport to the Archeon. Actually, it would have been quicker to just teleport to the Archeon. Goodness. I feel dumb. I was thinking the Archeon was this spot right here at the bottom. But no, it's literally where there's a teleport. Alright. Our destination lies in the lower levels. The Forum, in its wisdom, has granted you access to the Archeon's lift. Step inside and have Opheline take you to the medial circuit. Okay. Because I guess we didn't have access to this earlier. I kind of assumed by the time you leave or get kicked out of Labyrinthos, you would have had access to it. But I also didn't bother to check that theory. So, who knows? Who knows? I have sent your associates ahead to Logisticon Alpha on the other side of Mariol Argonomics. Agronomics. Actually, there is something I have been meaning to. No, never mind. It can wait. Let us attend to the matter at hand. Were you going to tell me thanks for keeping your kids safe? Because if so, it's okay. Oh, it's so far away. What was the point of going this way? When I actually legitimately think it would have been faster if we had gone through the cave. I mean, I know this way's safer, technically. But come on. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. All right. We gotta speak with Alfie over here. Oh, because I think we're actually going inside this building. All right. You know, maybe they could build a few more Ethernet shards. Make, like, getting around even easier. Alright, I guess I should stop driving my bike around inside, shouldn't I, Alfie? We ought to wait here while our father arranges for us to use the next lift. Here being Logisticon Alpha, while the atmospheric conditions of Labyrinthos are regulated. Water is drawn from underground and dispersed as vapor, stimulating the formation of artificial clouds and rain. By manipulating the temperature and air circulation, they are able to create the ideal environment for the growth and preservation of the biological samples kept here. That's pretty cool, actually. Hold on, how do you know so much about it? Why, Father brought me here as a child. What? And left me behind? Actually, you're the one who left me behind when you went off somewhere with Grandfather. The night before, I'd been asking Father how clouds are made, so he decided to show me. Welcome in, Sogo! Thank you for stopping by. It was fascinating. I peppered him with questions the entire time. It is all too easy to take for granted the many interweaving aspects of the natural world, to grow inured to the wondrous. But having gained an understanding of the complex mechanisms employed by the Loporrits in recreating a similar environment, I have come to view such processes in a new light. The subterranean gardens of Labyrinthos, the lunar prison forged to contain the ancient Zodiac, the habitations built for all mankind beneath the moon's surface, each unique, yet undeniably similar. 'Tis no mere coincidence. Ever since Heidelin unfolded to us the grim fate that awaits Aetheris, every essential resource we could spare has been delivered to Labyrinthos, in preparation for the Great Exodus. But that is not all. It is also a testing ground for the technologies that will allow us to settle on distant stars. Though the Loporrits have endeavored to make the moon inhabitable, that is not our final destination. Mankind must learn to propagate life where there is none, to thrive where all is barren. Alas, time is not on our side. I have arranged for you all to enter the Central Circuit. It is there that most of our preparations for the Great Exodus are carried out, the construction of the Ark among them. Though our plans have been made public, access remains highly restricted. You, however, will not be subject to said restrictions, and will have free reign to come and go as you please. Such was the will of the Forum, after all. We will prove ourselves worthy of their trust, your trust. Then let us proceed. Boo-doo-doo. It's over here. I got directionally confused there for a second. By decree of the Forum, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn are permitted to enter the Central Circuit. It's probably the only time we will ever talk to them. Alright. The ether burner is being constructed not far from here. Overseeing the work is Kokol Dankor, after whom the forge is named. Once the necessary introductions have been made, I shall leave you with him to discuss the particulars. This way. Okay. Oh, we head south, huh? Okay. Okay. We should probably start. Good morning, Faye. Welcome back. How have you been? Also, full warning, we are in Endwalker, so I don't remember how far you were in the game, so there's very likely spoilers depending on where you were. Oh, I love this little...
Could swap them out. Ooh. No, been there, done that. Damn near lost my eyebrows. Think, Kokol, think! We'd be well on our way to paradise. Visionaries patting themselves on the backs for their grand accomplishments if you'd only think!
Yes, that does sound rather lovely.
Yeah! I mean, Master Force, you know, what a pleasant surprise. We're not blasting off already, are we?
The schedule remains unchanged, for better or worse. Which is why the Forum has elected to accept assistance in resolving the ether burner conundrum.
Not seen you lot down here before.
There are Archons among their number, but engineering is not their expertise. Nevertheless, the Forum concedes the slim possibility that they may have insights to offer. If not, you are at liberty to return them to the surface, by whatever means you see fit.
What does that mean? Do you have like a cannon that can shoot people to the surface? Because here's the thing, if you do, I would love to try it out. I have heard a lot of good things about Baldur's Gate 3, and how, yes, it will consume your life. One of my brother-in-laws, I think, has like 3 or 4 different saves, all for like different paths. He has one where he's just like playing the game how he actually wants to play it, one for an evil playthrough, and all of that kind of stuff. And we had a really good holiday. It was the littlest one's like first Christmas where she actually was like aware of everything, since she was only a couple months old last Christmas, and she loved opening the gifts. She wanted to open everyone's gifts, not just her own. But yeah, we all had a really good one. I hope yours was well, and I hope yours went well as well. And I hope the test that you were waiting to take went well, or if it was delayed or whatever, you know, I hope it goes well.
I assure you that won't be necessary. Now, about your troubles with the ether burner.
Aye, I'll walk you through it. Suppose I could do with a change of pace. As the name ought to tell you, the ether burner burns ether, ambient or otherwise, and transforms it into motive force. Think of it like a giant bomb that never stops exploding.
Honestly, that sounds dangerous. He really is. And if you haven't got here yet, you'll love everything leading up to it.
Even out in that black void where the ether's right sparse, it's strong enough to move our arc. And it probably won't kill you like an actual bomb. But it ain't perfect. According to my calculations, to travel to the moon and back fast enough for the Forum's liking, the conversion rate needs to be 6% more efficient. A measly 6%, you say? But if I could have squeezed even another 0.6 out of it, don't you think I'd have built it that way in the first place?
Hast thou consulted with the Loperites?
Yes, they too are conducting their own research, for lack of a ready answer. The moon's propulsion systems are considerable, naturally, yet they are commensurately massive. It is no easy feat to convert their technology into an efficient means of propulsion for a teeny tiny toy boat, as they say, and as I most certainly do not.
Yes, exactly! Damn it all, I asked for refined adamantite and they send me uppity rabbits with inscrutable, ancient, incompatible technology! You're trying to drive me mad!
Do you speak of Allegan refined adamantite, perchance?
You know of it?
Only in the most general terms, I'm afraid. 'Twas an alloy of Allegan make, but the secrets of its production were closely guarded. As I recall, the record stated it was vital to Dalamud's construction and launch.
Aye, that's the stuff. No material more conductive far as I know. Slotting some ends like blowing up a dam and watching the river of ether come rushing through. Ain't a living soul that knows how to make it though.
Bummer.
We were fortunate enough to salvage some for the ether burner, just a wee bit, mind, from a chunk of Dalamud that came hurtling into the Northern Empty during the calamity. With more, well, that extra 6% efficiency would be child's play. It's a crying shame that we've no other sources.
I love his voice.
Surely the many shards of Dalamud scattered throughout Eorzea would suffice. Why not get the refined adamantite from them?
Oh, we tried, believe you me. But only a few specialised pieces would have had any in them to begin with. Drive calls from Ragnarok-class internment hulks. Those are the prize bits we really need. But according to the Gleaners, getting to them means delving deep into the shards. And the defences are still very operational and very eager to blow them up. It's rough going in there, even for the cream. Not sure they'd make it out alive.
I feel like they encompassed his personality perfectly with the voice choice. With like the accent and everything. It also kind of goes, and this is like internal biases coming out. I always feel like Lalafels, because they're so small and adorable, they need like high-pitched squeaky voices, and I like that they actually went against that. Because it surprises me every time in a good way, and I'm like, damn, I need to like broaden my view of Loporrits. Not Loporrits, Lalafels. Loporrits should absolutely have adorable, squeaky, cute voices. You want me to go and fetch the whatsits? Sounds like a job for someone. No, I'll be nice.
That may be for the best, though you doubtless find the task too dull for your liking.
I'm glad you said something, Alice, because I would indeed.
There are multiple internment hulks in Eorzea alone, so handling this ourselves may not be the most efficient option. Rather, if we could salvage adamantite from the shards simultaneously...
You mean call upon our friends?
Thancred, is the link shell we established before you went to Garlemald still active?
Of course. The floor is yours. What's all this?
Gathering firewood, so to speak. We alone can accomplish little, but joined by others, we may yet build a bonfire to carry us heavensward.
Oh, he said the old expansion.
This is Alphino. The Scions have need of you.
Understood. I will contact the Lord Commander and dispatch our finest at once.
Ooh.
My sisters are somewhat preoccupied with the final days, so I will lead the 12-Sword expedition myself.
Are you aware of any other sources of refined adamantite?
Logically, such an invaluable alloy would have been utilized solely where absolutely necessary, in components intended to conduct or collect surpassing amounts of ether. Any extant instrumentation or devices would have likely found their way into the hands of etherologists, or enthusiasts.
Magical artifacts of Allagan design? The Eastern Alliance will send word to one and all. Are there other ways we may offer aid? No shards of the Lesser Moon scar our soil, but our stake in this cause is no less for it.
Is there anything in Othard that might be of use to you?
What did you say? Oh, you got friends in far places, lad. Any road, if you're offering, I wouldn't say no to one of those Far Eastern sacred relics. Some of them can hold enough ether to summon a whole damn primal. Combine a source like that with the ether burner, and 3, 2, 1, kaboom!
I gather you heard his explosive enthusiasm. Might you secure us a suitable relic?
It shall be done. I know little of machines, but I promise we will do our utmost to gather the materials you need to finish your starship. I am glad for the work, in truth. Better to busy oneself than wait and fret over disasters foretold.
Then why are we all still standing about yapping? There's plunder for the taking. And I'm a born plunderer. I'll be an old Charlian before you know it. Start mixing the grog.
I'm certain that can be arranged. Thank you all, and do be careful.
Just like that.
Aye, just like that. Our refined adamantite is on its way. Now let us consider our next steps, shall we? There's yet much to be done.
Scions always were good at bringing people together. And the Lalafell emotes are so good. I made another Lalafell, not another Lalafell alt, but I made a Lalafell alt that I have done nothing with. Okay. Real quick. Just to talk about another, like, channel points reward that I have. I have 2... Oh no, wait, which way did we go? There we go. 2 of the Eorzean encyclopedias. I have not got the 3rd one yet. The 3rd one just came out. But these kind of cover extra little bits of lore and just story stuff and background things from A Realm Reborn through Stormblood, through all of Stormblood, or just part of Stormblood? Hold on, I'll tell you in a second. Her history. Wait. That's the first one. I need the second one. Because the first one goes through A Realm Reborn all the way through the 3rd post patch of Heavensward. And then the second one covers the rest of Heavensward through Legend Returns, Rise of a New Sun. The second one covers through like the 3rd post patch of Stormblood. Which I'm assuming means the 3rd one will cover the rest of Stormblood's post game through Shadowbringers. But the whole point of this was with my new channel rewards, I have for 5,000 points, you can redeem either a random lore fact. It says random lore fact, but I'll probably remember to just be like, is there something you want to know? Like, do you want to learn more about a primal or any little bit of lore, and I'll see what I can do to find a fact in there for it. But back to the game now. Let's turn this quest into Kryl. It's times like these we're reminded of how famous, or infamous, Alphino has become. Who'd have thought he could achieve so much with a single Link Pro conversation? As we're expecting rather a lot of visitors in the near future, I'd best return to the surface and inform the relevant parties. I'll also have a contact of my own that might be worth a try. I'll also. Oh, and who might that be? That's for me to know and you to find out. And on that note, I leave matters here in your capable hands. Best of luck. Oh, I do too. And, when I was looking through them, they have Meanwhile in Ul'dah. It reminds me a lot of like a D&D lore book, where I was like, this would be so much fun to use to create like a D&D campaign in Eorzea or in Aetheris. And then I remembered that 14 is releasing...
Our course of action is clear. We must harvest refined adamantite from the shards of Dalamud and procure arcane relics of Allegan make.
Not 14 specifically, but Square Enix is making their own version of a tabletop game. And I think they have it for pre-order right now, and I absolutely want to get it.
Summon the best and brightest of our immortal flames, and form an expeditionary party at once. Call upon the Sultan Sworn and Brass Blades for support as you must. Papashan, send word to the guilds. We will require the expertise of master artisans if we are to have any hope of identifying and recovering these elusive materials. Viergeist, we have need of your stone torches. They are to assist the immortal flames in scouring the ruins and to help secure the surrounding areas. I trust I can count on your support.
As commander of the Stone Torches, my son Zimberk will personally see it done.
Pippin, I would have you lead the raiding party. Assemble your finest, and with Chizona's blade clear the way. Lord Lolorito, I pray you take charge of the search for Allegan relics. Surely you know of some being traded on open or clandestine markets, or sleeping in collectors' vaults. Of course, I ask not that you do this out of the kindness of your heart. By all means, profit on the transactions. I wish you the joy of it. The final days descend upon our world. If circumstances are truly as dire as they say, Uldar's best efforts may be for naught.
I'm hoping that I can see his son again.
And yet, when we Eorzeans rose from the ashes to rebuild our broken realm, did we not learn one simple truth? That which seems all but impossible to overcome alone may yet be possible if we stand together. It was the Scions who united us then, and it is the Scions who call upon us now. Uldar will answer that call. We will summon our courage and join the fight for our world's future. You know your duties. I, Nanamo Ulnamo, 17th in the line of Ul, bid you good luck and Godspeed.
Never got a face to look at him again. Look at his face again. So I'll take your word for it. And no, these companies don't want you to be studious, because if you're studying, you're not spending money. And they need you to spend the money on them.
We fielded a goodly number, but our ranks are heavy with healers, and an abundance of restorative magics will be of little help in destroying Dalamud's defenses. Still, it has ever been thus with Gridania. We must steel ourselves for a protracted engagement.
In that case, might I suggest taking us along?
Commander Hext, what are you doing here?
None of the shards in Girabania are big enough to hold an internment hulk. So we said to ourselves, why not lend our neighbors a hand? We thought you might be short on people with a talent for breaking things.
He's just going through that phase where he has to have his eyes covered, you know? I mean, I went through it when I was a teenager. Except I always kept one eye uncovered, you know, because I did like to actually be able to see. Thankfully, not a lot of pictures exist from that era. Or if they do, they're all buried somewhere. It's not a face. Oh.
while it pains me to admit it, you are right. Are our deficiencies so plain to see?
He looks at his feet to see where he's going and not trip.
It might have been a lifetime ago, but I was once one of the scions assigned to the Shroud. I know this forest well. I know your people. And I know we will be stronger if we fight this fight together.
Then I will impose upon you with a clear conscience. Come, let us speak of how to integrate our forces.
I won't let it all be for nothing. I promise you, Papalimo.
Yeah, I'm still not happy with how Square handled her. Because they gave her, like, that really big arc through Stormblood, which was great. That helped her grow into the character she is here. But then, like, once she did leave to do her own thing, Square kind of was like, and we'll forget about her.
There you are. We've no time to waste, brother. Everyone has already... Ah. That was a roar. A dragon's roar.
I'm assuming Horace Milgar. Let me tell you, that death doesn't get any easier the second time you experience it. I'd argue it hurt worse the second time.
And so, in summation, the Eastern Alliance, as well as the Honourable Lord Lolorito himself, reached out to me for assistance in procuring these treasures of the divine, and I, in turn, do beseech the Confederacy for aid. Hmm? Is that...
Hancock? What a surprise this is. And a fortuitous one at that. I have a favor to ask, you see.
So that is another thing with Endwalker is, you know, cutscenes galore. It actually started, I want to say, back in like Shadowbringers. They really started extending the length of cutscenes and having more voice acting, which I love. Don't get me wrong. But it makes, like, we have, I mean, also the talking of my own. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We have 8 quests until the next dungeon and trial. And we just completed one quest and it took us 40 minutes. Probably closer to 35 because I had like a 5-minute starting soon screen. But still, it makes it hard to judge, like, how much time do I really have left in this game? Even though I've cleared it once already. Also, going back to the Horschiffon death. I know that that death was important in, like, Warrior of Light canon anyway, because they reference it a lot in the story. For both of my characters that I've played past that point, it wasn't as important to them, like, in my own headcanon for him. Like, they saw, like, Horschiffon was a friend, he was a colleague, he was a worker. But for like my wife's character, Portia Font was very much a love interest, and she has not taken, her character has not taken that loss well, and that loss is what's like gave her motivation through all of Stormblood. She was on a vengeance arc. Though our friends are searching for refined adamantite and sacred relics, we will only know if they meet your requirements once they have arrived. In the meantime, is there aught else we might do to be of service? Ha! You've already done more than enough. If I had to say, though, I could use someone who knows a thing or two about Allegan technology. You there, the lad with the red eyes and matching hair. You seem to know more than the average scholar. I already forgot what his voice sounded like, so I'm trying to, like, do the best approximation of my memory, even though we only heard it like 10 minutes ago. Ha! If only Master Kokol knew how right he was. While he and Graha establish a rapport, why don't we help with preparations for the Great Exodus? Indeed, this would mean going above and beyond the terms of our arrangement, but I propose this not to curry favor. As confident as I am that we will succeed, we must be ready for every eventuality. This would also be an opportunity to familiarize ourselves with the logistics of traversing the Great Expanse, and if nothing else, it beats twiddling our thumbs while we wait for the adamantite. Valid, buddy. You're not wrong. Well, ain't you a bunch of helpful buggers? If you've a mind to lend a hand, I know where you ought to go. Charlie and Hamlet is lousy with researchers and scholarly types, busy in themselves preparing for the Exodus. Pah! That lot need all the help they can get. Well then, off we go. Okay, but how close is our next ether curve from here? 115 yalms to the west. Well, let's get that real quick. Hey, it's right up there. Is there... Gotta go all the way around it, huh? Okay. There we go. And now we head pretty much straight north. Because, yeah, that one's way to the west, which we'll probably pick up as we come around from the other direction. I will say, at least, especially with how many of them you have to get when the expansion is current, no pun intended, they put them, like, on the paths of the MSQ. We have 4 left to get from the Wild. And then we have another 3 still to get from side quests, which we don't have access to any of those side quests yet. Which is fine, because I usually haven't been trying to do those side quests on stream anyway, just so we can try and get through the MSQ. Alright. From what I can tell, a lot of the people actually live down here. I don't know how much help we can offer, but I dare say they'll benefit from some of that fresh inspiration Scholar Monteshane mentioned. Let's start by asking around, ideally without getting in anyone's way. Let's meet by the Aetheryte once our work is done. Okay. We gotta talk to 3 people. And hey, there is a blue quest over there now. Speaking of blue quests, zoom out. Okay, there's one person up there to talk to. There's one right here, too. Helping with the Ark. Even with all the power Master Cockles managed to squeeze out of the Aetherburner, it's still not enough, apparently. And now I hear the final days have arrived. Horrible creatures running rampant all over. If only we'd begun the Exodus sooner. People are dying, and there will be no end to it if we don't fulfill our duties. But we will. We've spent years preparing for this moment. Believe in the plan, and all will be well. Hello, Silken Grin. Oh, hello. Are you one of the new helpers? In a way, in a sense, maybe. Working on the ether burner? Oh dear, I hear things have come to a standstill on that front. Even so, I'd choose that over my current duties, checking and loading samples all day. Or day in and day out, same thing. It's tiring, thankless work. Still, no one will be cross if I misplace a few legumes or what have you. The Forum's got enough on their plate as it is, what with deciding who gets to board the Ark and when. Lots of powerful people have opinions on that. My heart goes out to Master Fortunault and the others. Hardly get a moment's rest, I expect. Do they even have time to sleep? The way they tell it, no. Alright, where's our last? Oh, there it is. Offering to help? That's very kind, but I should be able to organize the rest of the documents by myself. It's mostly lists of things we'll need once we arrive on the moon, and then whichever star we choose as our new home. My duties largely concern the maintenance of living conditions, so I'll be a lot busier after we depart. I hear that our lunar collaborators have come down to assist in our efforts. I'm looking forward to finally meeting them in person, after having communicated with them in such a limited capacity thus far. To be perfectly honest, I've not even the slightest idea what they look like. I do hope they're not enormous looming giants. Why, I would much prefer something small and fluffy, like that behatted rabbit that ran by. I mean, that's exactly what they are, buddy. You should have stopped it and talked to it. I think them would be the proper thing, though. Because I did see a little lore tidbit on Loporits. Alright, we got tuned. Can't make it to that. That's fine. Okay. Search for the behatted rabbit. Oh, hey, you mean Living Way right over here? Where the green checkmark is? Fancy meeting you here, Morrighan. Our friends in the forum brought us to see their teeny tiny toy boat, which was quite impressive considering they didn't use any creation magics. What we're really interested in is Aetheris itself, though we now find ourselves in a sort of funny, underground, miniaturized version of it. We were hoping the forum would give us a guided tour, but it appears they're rather preoccupied. Honestly, all that time to prepare and they're still not ready. I suppose we'll just have to show ourselves around, or at least that's what we were planning to do until we chanced upon Urianger and your good self. Since you're both dawdling about, engaging in idle chit-chat, perhaps you could show us a few points of interest. Won't that be fun? Yeah, maybe. What do we got, Urianger? A tour of Labyrinthos. An unexpected yet prudent suggestion. Given the similarities betwixt this artificial environment and Bestway's burrow, 'twould be in our best interest to have the Loporits acquaint themselves with those conditions deemed optimal by their Sharlayan collaborators. I fear, however, that continued reliance upon my limited knowledge would risk narrowing rather than broadening their perspectives. Mayhap thou art better suited to lead this venture. What a marvelous idea! Might we begin with that great big what's-it over yonder? Ah yes, the what's-it. I shall leave its explanation to Morrighan. You suck, Urianger. You would. You would. I know we're going completely the opposite direction. And I know I just got done saying I do the blue quests typically off-stream. But we can pick this one up, and if it's on the way to things, we can try and do it. Excuse me, ma'am. I couldn't help but notice that you've a way about you that simply screams, I have an affinity for creatures of the wilds, and since I'm never wrong about such things, might I trouble you? You see, amongst the troops of trolls living in the outer circuit, I came upon one who was sick beyond measure. I took the poor creature in at once and saw him healed, of course, But when I attempted to return him to his rightful home, he flew into a panic, as if he could not bear the thought of going back. To make matters worse, the troll saw fit to escape into a den of Analas. I would go after him, but I'm so fumble-footed, I'll scare him off like as not, and be torn limb from limb for my pains by the fiends. So I turn to you. Would you seek out this troll of which I spoke? I shall provide you with his favorite food, and with it, you should be able to calm the piteous thing. Hopefully that will be enough to see his senses restored and for him to come hurrying back. And, though I shudder to think of it, if any of those fell Analas seek to impede you or pester that troll, make those beasts regret their interference. Oh, and don't worry, you will be rewarded for your efforts. Okay. It is in the direction we came from, not the direction we have to go. But maybe we have a MSQ quest that takes us back that way. Goodness me! To build something so large without creation magics is positively stupendous. Perhaps you could direct our attention to its most important features. Sure. Search the apparatus for points of interest. Like the giant wheel? Observe the tanks. Observe the oh, it tells me exactly what to look for. It's a little hard to see from here, but is that a golden pipe connected to the top of those tanks? And I can see through the window another pipe at the bottom. Ah, this must be for purifying water drawn up from below. Yeah, the metallic tube. Is that water I hear from inside that great big tube? It must be because of those cogs and gigantic wheel at the top. Damn it. I didn't mean to skip the next line of stuff. And is this the mushroom-like thing? No. Is this the... Oh. That was the mushroom-like thing. Sure. That looks like the trees in Greatest Endsvale. Hold on. That's a bit of strange shape. It's thin at the bottom, but big and round at the top. Quite tall for something so unbalanced, too. Now it makes sense. That's where they store the water. Yeah. Sure. Seems like you have a good idea of engineering, Singing Way. Well, if I were to hazard a guess, water drawn from underground, presumably with some other mechanism, is purified here and stored in that tower before being distributed elsewhere. I'm right, aren't I? I knew it! A design brilliant in its simplicity. I dare say it would take only a moment to install even the harshest of environments. For us Loporrits, that is. Indeed, securing a reliable source of water is of the utmost importance for any fledgling settlement. We have read, however, that people of Aetheris sometimes make their homes in arid deserts and such. How are they able to survive? Many settlements in Thanalan are built near an oasis. Areas near waterfalls are common sites for villages in Girabanya. I mean, both of those are really good answers. We'll go with the Girabanya one. So wherever you choose to live, you're never far from water. Oh dear. I worry we won't be able to procure the necessary amount. We can provide enough water to keep them from drying out completely, but it would appear they rely on it far more than we'd anticipated. A few adjustments may be in order, once we've calculated the average rate of consumption per individual. It may also be worth learning about more about how exactly they obtain their water in the first place. Master Alphino spoke of the machinery responsible for that feat during our journey through Logistican Alpha, did he not? Mayhap the Loporrits will share his appreciation for the engineering model. Oh yes, that sounds absolutely splendid! We must journey beyond the sanctuary of Shawley and Hamlet. I shall lead the way. You mean we'll have to brave the untamed wilderness? A valid concern indeed. We could not help but notice the many dangerous-looking creatures with big, nasty teeth lurking beyond the safe confines of this settlement. Were we not escorted here by burly custodians, I dread to think what would have become of us. Regrettably, to many a hungry predator with the aforementioned big, nasty teeth, loporrits may appear to be a potential and rather appetizing source of sustenance. Might I impose upon thee to assist in securing safe passage to Logisticon Alpha? For my part, I shall act as an escort to Living Way and Cooking Way. I entrust Singing Way and Growing Way to thy care. Pfft, I got this, Urianger. Don't you worry. More valiant protector they could not wish for. Godspeed. If it's all the same to you, I'd rather not be eaten by some horrid beastie. Come along, Growing Way, to the water extraction, what's it? Waiting for my connection to stabilize again. Because we're sitting in unstable at the moment. There we go. Sorry about that. And hey, wouldn't you know it? Our MSQ is taking us back in this direction. It's probably for a good thing too, because I have a ether current that I must have drove right past. Damn it. Leave me alone, Birkenin. Turn around. Turn around. Oh, I should bring my chocobo out. Good job. Isn't he though? The loporrits are great. I guess they are... Because... I'm distracted while I try and do this. From... I guess they're from Final Fantasy IV, which apparently Endwalker has a lot of references to Final Fantasy IV. But I guess that's when they first appeared, where the loporrits did. Thank you so much. I really hope this water extraction what's-it is worth these harrowing experiences. All part of the fun, some might say, but I'd rather not be burnt to a crisp, if it's all the same to you. Yeah. Sure. Okay. We're gonna go this way. Then we have to head, like, directly west. Wayward troll! Let me help you! No need to be scared and covering your eyes, I gotcha! What am I targeting? Why was I targeting the one back there? There we go. It's okay, buddy. Grrr. Mwah! Alright, perfect. When we return to the Charlian Hamlet, we will have that blue quest done. $127 yalms to the west. I think it's on the other side of this tower? Yeah. Back this way. My friends, I bid you welcome to Logisticon Alpha. Our destination doth lie at the lift's top. Pray follow me. I'd rather not, Urianger, but okay. Hey, once we get up top here, though, that quest is done. Which is probably about perfect timing. You will need to use this lift should you wish to go to the medial circuit. Let me know if you're headed that way. For me to use the bathroom and then roll some more ads to try and keep pre-rolls away while we're actually doing content.
Marvelous. Simply marvelous. So this is where the magic, or science rather, takes place. The perfect environment to sustain life, artificially created. The knowledge we'll gain here will be essential when we start looking for new stars for your kind to inhabit. Apparently, most of them don't even have air for you to breathe. You're all very lucky that Aetheris just so happens to provide everything you need to thrive. Or did mankind turn out the way they are because of the available resources? I wonder. Either way, it's nothing short of miraculous, and I cannot wait to see more of it.
Okay. Alright, so yeah, we're gonna take a break really quickly. I'm gonna run 3 minutes of ads, because that gives us an hour without pre-rolls. I won't be starting playing again until the ads are over, so don't worry, you won't be missing anything. But we will be, as soon as I put my marker in for break starting, we will be right back. Agriculture Shock by Cooking Way.
This is all very wonderful, I'm sure, but I was rather hoping to learn more about your nourishment provision facilities. In other words, where is the food?
I believe both the knowledge and consumables you seek may be found at Marial Agronomics. As I imagine Singing Way and the others intend to study every conceivable facet of this apparatus, wouldst thou be so kind as to escort our visiting culinarian?
Yes, that sounds much more interesting. Hopefully I'll be able to see firsthand some of the delicacies Urianger was telling me about. Even his incredibly vivid, if a bit too verbose, descriptions cannot compare to sampling them myself. Not to mention Aetheris will soon be no more, so I must learn all I can while there is still time. Let us brook no further delay.
Just to make sure that no blue quests popped up anywhere else. They did not. And I know we don't have any ether currents up on this top area because I made sure to get them all before continuing MSQ. I think I finished. I actually might have got all of them up here on that first stream of Endwalker. It was either that or that night I went through and got the rest of them.
This is the place, yes? The heady aroma was enough to guide me here, and I've spotted several of the fruit and vegetables featured in our compendium. I'd dearly love to try some, but I read that those who help themselves to a farmer's crop without permission are often caught and put into pies. Perhaps you could ask whoever's in charge if they would be willing to part with a few samples.
Cooking Way is now accompanying me. Keep up, buddy. You're kind of stuck in my minion. There we go.
Oh, what a fine mess this is.
Oh, it's you, the one who climbed down the mine shaft. I'd show you around if I could, but I'm rushed off my feet preparing for the Exodus. And I'm not the only one. We've all got to find ways to do what we do down here, up there. First on the moon, then on whichever star the Forum decides will become our new home. It's all so sudden, so unreal.
Don't you want to go to the moon?
Well, it's better than waiting for the final days to claim us. But no matter how carefully it's all planned, we'll never be able to take every variety of flora and fauna with us. Even the ones we can take may not survive in their new environment. So many species, doomed to extinction. Sorry, that's not what you came to talk about, is it?
Nothing quite so dire, I assure you. We merely wish to sample a little of your produce, if we may.
By all means, help yourselves.
Much appreciated, my good fellow. So where to begin?
Over here with the grapes.
Oh, I know what these are. Grapes, yes. Let's see if they are as delicious as they look.
Well, I guess if it was Endwalker Drop time? No, they were not very pretty looking.
So sweet, so sour. The taste is much like a ripe philosopher's carrot. And yet, the texture is entirely different. The contrast between the outer skin and the fruit within is most peculiar, though far from unpleasant. Yes, I think I'll try another.
Grapes are good.
Well, that's certainly given me food for thought, though in a far less visceral manner than any philosopher's carrot. But tell me, what is your opinion of grapes?
I'd brave an erupting volcano for a choice bunch.
Meh.
Ghastly things, I'd rather eat rancid gigantode eyeballs. No, me personally, I love grapes. That's what they're gonna try to do. That's what the plan was. Or what the plan is, sorry. I'd brave an erupting volcano. I mean, I wouldn't personally, but I feel like Morrighan would.
Yes. They are rather Moorish, aren't they? And from what I've read, quite versatile, too. Something about people stepping on them to make intoxicating beverages, as I recall.
Yes. There's an I Love Lucy episode about that. And it is hilarious.
Anyway, that's enough about grapes for the time being. On to the next treat.
I can honestly say I don't think I've ever tried them frozen. And now I might have to.
Orange by name, orange by nature. What came first, the fruit or the color? Who cares? Let's eat.
You know, I might dismiss my minion while we run this.
Yes, that's, equal parts sweet and sour. As with the grapes, yet nothing alike. I may have to consult Urianger about expanding my vocabulary. I simply cannot find the words to describe it. Perhaps what I'm looking for is bitter? This is all very complicated, you know. So many flavors, so many choices, and each individual with their own personal preferences. Now I see why you all turned your noses up at the idea of eating nothing but carrots. Marvelous though they are, marvelous though they still are in my estimation. Let no one say I said otherwise. Ah, but speaking of carrots, I've yet to sample any of the vegetables. Let's see what's in that field over there.
Yes, and let me dismiss you. Because you're taking up adorable cooking ways screen time. Yeah, no, they're gonna make sure no one gets scurvy. Although I'm gonna be honest, I forgot that those were orange trees. I thought they were apple trees. But maybe that's the trees over there. I also ran to the wrong guy. I was like, why are we gonna try some, like, stalks of wheat? But I went to him because he had the quest marker above his head, but that was for a new quest. What are these, pumpkins? Squash?
That color, that texture, are they some sort of enormous round carrots?
Nope.
No? In any case, proper nomenclature is less of a concern than the taste. Blech! It's so hard and flavorless. I may as well be chewing a piece of wood. That all but confirms it. These are nothing more than misbegotten failures masqueraded as goodly carrots.
Stop! 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 Can't you see that those are pumpkins?
And no one with any sense would try eating them raw. You're supposed to cook them first. Do you not find it an awful bother? Far from it. Cooking is a joy unto itself. And what's more, it broadens the range of ingredients that we may safely eat. But above all else, cooking allows us to draw out the full potential of our produce. Pumpkin stew has been one of my favorite dishes for as long as I can remember. And perhaps even these hard blocks of plant matter can become as delicious as the orange I sampled. I wonder, though, if there is anything even more delicious. How about that yellow fruit over yonder?
I like, cooked, put some respect on their name. I like cooked, pumpkin seeds, like roasted pumpkin seeds. I don't feel like that's what they're called, though. And I'm gonna feel dumb. Well, for one, if that is what they're called, then I'm glad I got it right. But baked pumpkin seeds? I don't know. Both of those sound wrong, but that's what you do. You put them on a sheet pan, you throw them in the oven, then you put some you put the seasonings on first, maybe a little bit after, but Yeah, I love pumpkin seeds. My wife makes a really good pumpkin pie. And I'm not usually... I'm the person... I mean, obviously, I eat a lot of food. But I'm the person who has a little bit of pumpkin pie with my whipped cream. Not the other way around. But not with hers. Hers is really good. Acorn squash soup. Can't say I've ever had that one either.
What a wondrous fragrance! With luck, it'll have a flavor to match. As I've no idea how these are eaten, I'll just bite into it. My tongue. Is this poison?
What? Oh, lemons. I was like, what is he talking about?
A lemon? You mean it's supposed to taste like this? How can something so similar to an orange be so revolting? It may be some time before my palate recovers from this ordeal. As such, I had best call an end to this round of sampling. Let's say our farewells and return to the others.
I'll see if our Panera has it still. That's another thing I can't say I've ever had, candy lemon rinds. But that does sound really good.
Finished, have you? I trust you found something to your liking. I'm rather enamored with the grapes and oranges. Less so the pumpkins, though I learned the hard way they're not to be eaten raw. Then there was the lemon, the deceiver. I still feel so violated.
First time, was it? I'd hate for you to leave with a bad taste in your mouth, in more ways than one. So I'll give you this lemon muffin I baked. If this doesn't change your opinion, nothing will.
More lemon? Have I not suffered enough?
Nevertheless, it would be remiss of me to spurn this opportunity to... bit of a sick came up there. Learn more of your inscrutable ways.
Very well. Lemon muff...
Oh, wait. Was that not... I thought that was Jebke that said that last line. But... Because he moved. I think that was supposed to be done in my best impression of adorable voice. Anyway.
Very well, Lemon Muffin, do your worst.
Lemon's deceivers.
That's not a bad idea. This is... delicious! Although I still detect a hint of lemon, it complements the sweetness of the dough to create a perfect harmony. I never would have guessed its vile bitterness could be utilized so elegantly. My good chap, this is simply breathtaking.
See? We rarely use lemons in its natural state, but it has a starring role in all sorts of recipes. And the same is true for many other ingredients. It comes down to making the most of the resources at our disposal. And sometimes, that can even be the difference between life and death. I know we won't be able to take every species with us. No doubt the Forum agonized over what was worth preserving, and what will be consigned to history. Hard choices, but make them we must if we're to survive.
Such strength of will. Now I know what Heidelin sees in your kind. Mankind, the Loporits, we were both born from the accumulated knowledge of the ancients. They learned all there is to learn about the nature of sentient life and the fates of the stars themselves. Once a civilization has fulfilled the basic requirements for survival, it will inevitably seek to eliminate all forms of negativity and achieve perfection. And therein lies its folly, and its downfall. For perfection is an unattainable ideal. 'Tis the paradox of the immaculate carrot. Yet civilizations since time immemorial have deemed the pursuit of perfection as progress. They pay no heed to the costs incurred in their futile quest, and all too often become the architects of their own demise, their dreams forever unfulfilled. What, then, is the alternative? The answer lies in knowing that our existence can never be perfect. To be content with what we have and make the most of it. When life gives you lemons, make lemon muffins! I mean, you're close, bud. Yeah. Pardon my Eorzea, but what in the seven hells are you on? And who are you, anyway? Cooking Way at your service. I'm here to help prepare for the trip to the moon. And once you get there, you'll be able to try my carrots. I've been growing all different kinds. But don't worry, there'll be room for your crops too. We'll work together to preserve as many of Aetheris' species as possible. If you're up to the challenge. Yes, of course. I look forward to it. Well, this has all been highly productive, probably. Let's go and see if Urianger and the others have run out of machinery to inspect, shall we? Yes, buddy. Let's go. Okay. Another book I highly suggest getting as we slowly travel that way. I'm going to put it back on my other screen for a second. The Ultimate Final Fantasy XIV Cookbook. And no, I'm not sponsored by Square. I wish. Like, if Square wants to sponsor me and my little following, I would love it. But there are some good recipes in that book. From my wife and my anniversary last year. Not only did we get married in game, we made, there's a pizza recipe in there, and we tried it like it's a homemade pizza sauce, dough, and everything. And we made, they have a drink in there, like, that was really good. I don't remember what it's called, but it has like triple sec. That's about all I remember that was in it, honestly. The drink came out blue. I remember that. And we made their princess pudding pies, which are basically just like a lava cake. I'm trying to find it real quick. I found the drink. The drink was called the High Elixir, and it has caraco, gin, triple sec, lime juice, and maple syrup. Yeah, it was, and then the dessert we made was princess pudding, which was really good. Do I have a book with instructions on how to dye my hair white? My hairstylist does. And we're looking at probably within a month, Sogo. We gotta get the appointment scheduled, and then I have to start doing whatever it is I need to do to my hair to make the process as non-problematic for my hair as I can. Because my hair, last time I got it dyed, she was telling me I'm gonna reread those. We've already got some damage because dyeing your hair does damage your hair. I am going to go white, Faye, because Sogo saved up 75,000 channel points to choose my next hair color, and he has chosen white. So... Yes, Sogo, you redeemed the points. I'm not going to just be like, I mean, I had the redeemable, but you picked a color I didn't want to do. You did it. You watched my streams enough to get 75,000 points. Or you lurked, like whatever it was, like, it's gonna happen. You chose white. We'll do it. I can't guarantee it's gonna be as long between hair dyings. Cause it might be we go white for like a month and then dye it again, but you did pick it. And it probably won't be just straight white, like it'll probably be white, because I mean, like, all of my hair dyeings have been at least 3 colors. Like this last one, I'm not doing the beard. The beard is gonna stay. This last one was green on top, blue kind of in the middle, down to purple at the bottom. So this one will probably be, whatever it is, white will be the main color. But I'm sure she'll do like, I don't know, something. Like, I'm gonna tell her to just make it look good, or as good as she can, but white has to be the main color. And we'll see what happens. That was most enlightening. especially the part with the lemon muffin. Actually, I was wondering, do you know of any other places famed for their cuisine?
Lemsa Lemensa is home to the Culinarians Guild.
Would that I had time to visit. Oh, the more I learn of Aetheris, the more I wish we could spare it from the final days. Also, Heidelin's orders are to flee, not to resist. If only there was some other way.
I'm not going to change the name of my channel for a joke. But if I did, it would be Saruman Games here. But no. I'm not going to rebrand for a month just to have to rebrand again.
Morrighan, I trust thy time at Mariel Argonomics did bear fruit.
When did you get a sense of humor, Urianger?
Our own efforts too were rewarded. We now possess an embarrassment of educational riches. No doubt our guests' relentless pursuits of knowledge could occupy them and us for a fortnight. Alas, time is of the essence. Let us return to Charlie and Hamlet forthwith. I shall gladly attend to each and every Loporrit there, should further questions within my power to answer arise.
Can I just teleport back there? Or is there going to be a spot on the way that I have to talk to someone? What's wrong, Growing Way? Aww.
Why were you so sad?
Yeah, we'll go to the Charlie and Hamlet. We'll teleport too. Save us a little bit of time. Anyway. I don't have a dyed beard redeemable, so it's that one, Sogo, isn't gonna happen. But thanks for the lurk, I do appreciate it. The princess pudding was surprisingly really easy to make, because I've always heard that like lava cakes or things like that are not easy, that they're kind of like a difficult thing to do. But the book did a really good job of describing how to do it, and it wasn't too bad. The only thing that is like huge is make sure you have like the ramekins. My wife and I didn't. We had gotten like what we like a closest approximation of what we had, which were just like these little glass bowls that kind of were like a ramekin, but not. They weren't, obviously. And it turned out good. Like I would love to make them again with the actual ramekins that we then bought later, because we were like, yeah, we needed those, and we need them anyway. There's been other recipes that call for them, and we just kind of don't use them or don't do the recipe. But that would be my only thing, is make sure you actually have a ramekin.
Look, he's returned! I can't thank you enough. I know they may not look like it, but trolls are really quite intelligent. Indeed, they are an intrinsic part of the woodlands of Labyrinthos, and keep it healthy and thriving. Though we've a responsibility to put down the more violent and unruly ones, most trolls, such as this one, are kind, docile things. In fact, my friend here has a real chance of becoming leader of his tribe, perhaps even guardian of the forest someday. It is we who saw these creatures removed from their natural habitats and relocated them within Labyrinthos. Thus, we've a responsibility to watch over them, to ensure they are well, and it would be too cruel to dispose of one simply because they're under the weather. Ah yes, your reward. Here, as promised. Now then, it's high time I saw this fellow return to the outer circuit. Farewell, adventurer. Yeah, buddy.
Have fun, troll. And then we run over here to turn this quest in. As I run right past it because I was doing something on my other screen. What's the matter, Growing Way?
Yes, Morrighan, that was indeed me verbalizing a sigh to express my emotional state. Do you want to know why? Because I saw the reconstructed environmental data for Aetheris at Logisticon Alpha. That's why. A forest so lovely, and so leafy. Are all of your forests like that?
The Black Shroud is quite leafy indeed, and a place of utmost tranquility. They're verdant, at least. The trees of Givernia stand particularly proud.
You should see the forests of the first. One was purple.
It was, but that's not very helpful, is it? Because he can't go see the forest of the first. So, the Black Shroud is quite leafy indeed. And it's where Aerolith is from. My other character.
Gasp! Gasp, I say! With a star so wonderful, it comes as no surprise that you're reluctant to leave it behind. I was a fool to think otherwise, to assume that the moon was something worth being proud of. How ridiculous we must seem to you, trying so hard yet achieving so little.
Not at all. Thy works are no less worthy for their uniqueness. I thought I heard tiny voices. Thancred. How didst thou fare?
Oh, I was able to glean a fair bit from the researchers while helping to move their cargo. Preparations have proceeded without interruption here, despite news of the coming in. We have the forum's leadership to thank for that. That doesn't mean people aren't worried, though. Quite the opposite. Knowing disaster could strike at any moment, they hurry to complete their work, equally aware that a single error could be the difference between life and death, and we can hardly tell them there's no cause for concern.
Perhaps not. Though aided by our goodly growing way, we may yet find other ways to lighten their burden.
Me? Be of use to people? I'm honored that you would think me so capable, but I'm not sure that I'm up to the challenge.
Nevertheless, I believe in thee.
If you say so, I suppose it can't hurt to try.
I passed someone moping in the Western Plaza that looked to be in need of a helping paw. Perhaps you might start with him. 'Tis as good a place as any. Come. Okay. We have to speak with the troubled researcher. Hello, troubled researcher. How may we be of assistance today? Oh, can I help you? It is you who would help me. Is my anxiety truly so obvious? It's me. A burden shared is a burden eased. Pray tell us of thy troubles. Those little fellows do look like good listeners. I'm an engineer, you see, and what they say of the ship, that it's the sum of decades of Charlian ingenuity, that it's built with peerless Allegan technology, is all true, but I know that none of that's a guarantee. We've never been before launched a starfaring vessel, let alone flown it in the great expanse. All the tests we've run have been on the ground. Only operational personnel and cargo will be aboard for the first voyage, but even so, if it fails us then, what can we do? And if it doesn't, it could fall apart on the next flight, or one after that. We've done everything we can to prevent that from happening, but it hardly matters. We thought the Etherburner's design was flawless too, and look how that turned out. Thou art familiar with these most daunting technologies, and thus dost thou hold the power to allay his fears.
Oh, I'm not sure about that, but, well, maybe you could tell me if there are any aspects of the ship's design that you're especially worried about.
Our ability to walk about it and perform our tasks, for one. I've devised a mean by which to employ gravity, a spatio-temporal spell to regulate the environment, but what if it's not strong enough? What if everyone floats away and begins crashing into things as soon as we've left the star?
Aha! Gravitation! Maybe I can be of help after all. Up there is not so different from down here, you see. The same rules apply, and if you consider them as part of one great big cosmos rather than separate places.
Look at them go. I suspect both parties shall find comfort in this conversation. Yet if Thancred's tale be true, still others would benefit from insights born of experience. Might I prevail upon the Loporrits to attend them? An excellent idea, if I do say so myself. There is naught that we'd like more than to ease the hearts of the fine people of Aetheris, and learn more about them while we're at it. Full glad am I to hear it. Gather thy companions and bring them hither. Morrighan, thou hast a gift for finding souls in need of succor. Pray seek thee out the distressed and the apprehensive, and inform them that help is at hand. I shall await them here, that I might introduce each to a suitable Loporrit. Yep, I get it, Urianger. I'll do the footwork. Oh, I do so look forward to that. A place for every Loporrit, and every Loporrit in their place. So we gotta go find... Oh my god, there's 8 of them. Okay. Well, let's zoom way out. Here's one. Concerns? Hey, there's no point in worrying at this stage. It'll only make the work go that much slower. She seems to be coping well. I mean, I sometimes think I'm good at pretending like I'm coping. Maybe we talk to her a little bit more. Oh, there's one over here. Distracted researcher. 56 bunches of weeds in the ground, 56 bunches of weeds. Rip one out, add to the mound, 55 bunches of weed in the... I'm not neglecting my duties, I swear. I was in need of a little break, you see, but then I found myself unable to relax at all. So I went on a walk, and then I noticed these weeds, and... Why don't you go talk to a tiny rabbit? Pleasant conversation partners, and oh so fuzzy. Goodness me, that does sound like a much better way to relax. You're welcome. I will be honest, I didn't even, mean to start singing it until I realized it was singing, and it just kind of fell into place. It was one of those decisions that I made in the moment, and I feel like it really worked, you know? By the gods, my chest is tight! Am I dying? Is this what dying feels like? Oh, do pardon me, I didn't see you there. There is no cause for concern, I assure you. No cause for concern, even though we may need to depart at any moment. And if the hull I designed buckles under the strain, the entire vessel may explode on launch, claiming countless lives and dooming all of mankind. But that is highly unlikely. Yes, highly unlikely. Highly. Our visitors can help me triple check for structural flaws, you say? Why, that would be wonderful. I'm breathing more easily already. And there's one over here. Aha! Ha! The end of the world is nigh! Yet the work goes no faster. Schedules are such temperamental things, feasible one moment, utter bollocks the next. And yet I've never felt so alive. This one is beyond your help. Only sleep can save her now. Wait, is that Margaret? I believe that is Margaret, who is one of the, whatchamacallums. That's not helpful at all. One of the custom deliveries of whatchamacallums. What am I thinking about? The medical facilities on the ship, of course. I designed them with the assistance of our sages and chirurgeons, but to imagine every illness or injury that one might face in that great expanse is beyond any of us. To say nothing of the effects that living out there indefinitely might have on the body. Why don't you go talk to our little furry friends? The crew from the moon? Why did I not think of that? Why indeed? I know there was one over here. There's another one over there. Yes you idiot! Have you seen an envelope lying about? This imbecile refuses to give me the alchemic I ordered with that bloody slip of parchment.
Unless your friends have a spell to make me remember where I dropped my damned envelope, I doubt they'll be more help than you. And you've wasted enough of my time already. It would be unfortunate for all involved. My face, what's wrong with my... Ow. Perhaps I am a bit tense. I was tasked with ensuring that the proper fauna, and only the proper fauna, are brought with us to the moon. However, the suitability of a few species is still under debate, and I can hardly make the decision myself when I know so little about the environment up there. Well, let me tell you, why is there a walking frog? Including the Loporits in our discussions is a wonderful idea. I absolutely will, thank you. Perhaps their biology itself might offer some clues as well. Consult our collaborators. I suppose that would be more effective than sitting here brooding. I'm attempting to calculate how much cargo we can consolidate into fewer trips. Should the ether burner make our original estimates unfeasible, but there are simply too many variables. I feel as if my brow will turn inside out. But perhaps our lunar associates will have more insight into how much weight constitutes too much weight for our purpose. Thank you for letting me know. Why isn't there okay, you know what, that's fair. Why isn't there always a walking frog? Valid, I should have considered your viewpoint. I just had never seen... there he is again! How might I help you? My, what a lovely idea! I too noticed people becoming rather tense, so I rushed out to pluck some fresh and fragrant tea leaves. Now I need only track down 100 or so cups, but don't you worry, I can manage. I hope your plan to cheer everyone up goes well. Yep, nope, hold on, I want to catch up to that frog. What are you doing, buddy? Are you just gonna walk right back into here? Okay, now my next question though, because I never see you leave there. How do you get back over here? There must be an underground tunnel. See, it's the only logical explanation. Okay, I do know that there is a person up somewhere up here to talk to. Why don't I get back on my mount? I go from never seeing a walking frog. I guess I should clarify a frog walking on 2 legs. I go from having never experienced that in Labyrinthos to now having experienced it twice in the span of 5 minutes. Harried Etherologist. Blasted assistants, where have they gone off to at a time like this? Beg pardon, but I have not the time for idle chit-chat. I need to reconfirm that ether levels are consistent throughout the vessel's machinery, and it seems I shall have to do so single-handedly. I swear when I find those assistants of mine. Bro, chill. The Loporits are willing to help. Why didn't you say so? At least they won't moan about how they checked 24 times already and haven't slept in weeks. Lazy sods. You know, when you overwork your people, that's when things are more likely to have an accident. But I wouldn't expect the Charlians to understand that. Do you have a thing above your head? No. What about anyone over here? No. Alright, let us move. We need to find 2 more people who need help. I think our next bit of area to go to is over here. Oh, there's one right there, a tired gleaner. Hopefully he actually needs help. Is anything bothering me? Well, I've been loading cargo for bells now, so my back feels like a Voidsence played it as a piano. My feet and knees as drums and cymbals, too. He seems fine? That doesn't seem fine. I would argue much the opposite, actually. Okay, there's someone over here. Oh, please let me just jump over it. Okay. Whew. Palm researcher.
Already has the support she needs. Okay. Skeptical researcher. You heard anything of what's on the moon? I have no doubt that we can make it up, but the searching for a new star part of the plan sounds awfully vague to me. I asked the forum, but they will only tell us that our collaborators have everything under control. Forgive me, but I don't feel particularly safe wandering through the sea of stars on God's knows what made by God's knows who. Your collaborators are here. You want to go talk to them? You mean to say that I can speak with them directly? Amazing. I hope they like questions. Oh, buddy, believe me, they do. Okay. Oh, is it this one? He's unconcerned, though, so I doubt that it's him. Apologies, but I am awaiting a delivery. Whatever it is, we'll have to wait. Okay. Well, we somehow have managed to not find one. Which means somewhere, someone needs our help. But it was not out there. Ow. So I guess we go back to... I do remember this actually being a quest that I had to look up last time I played, because I could not find the final one. And I had to help my wife with it too. We're looking for like one little meteor looking thing. No one in here. It's got to be somewhere over here. Somewhere around here? No? Could it be out this other side? I wouldn't think so, but I mean, like, the circle does extend. I'm pretty sure they just had to make the circle big enough to cover the whole of Charlie and Hamlet. Yep. That all seems about right. Come on. Go into any of these buildings. Oh, look at that. Right there. Just leave me to my misery. The Forum can appoint someone else. I apologize. I simply don't know what to do. How am I supposed to pilot the Ark if I'm already falling apart under the pressure? That's a great question. You know a starship pilot that I might speak with? Truly. Well then, there's no time to waste. They can help me prepare for this monumental task. Morrighan. Behold, Morrighan. Through thine efforts, word hath spread throughout Labyrinthos. Verily, to a far greater number than we anticipated. Living Way doth gather more Loporrits as we speak. I shall assign each in accordance with their skills, that new bonds of friendship might be forged. Should greater matters require not thine attentions, watch over them, I prithee. Okay. I can do that. I feel like this one's gonna have voice acting.
Phew!
Yep.
Oh, finally some rest. Why, I haven't spoken so much in... Well, in forever.
Lively, isn't it? The town is abuzz. Everyone eager to meet with our friends from the moon.
'Twould behoove you to consult with Sleepingway. As our moon's pilot, his advice should be most pertinent.
Is it a good choice to have the pilot of the moon be the one that sleeps?
I'm impressed. Truth be told, I struggle to tell one from another. No offense intended, of course.
None taken. After you and your friends left Mare Elementorum, we spent no small amount of time with your Urianger. Oh, the conversations we had. He told us all about Etheris, answered our every question, no matter how trifling or trivial. Look! Every page filled to the margins with knowledge. When I first arrived, I was struck by how little I knew. It was daunting. But then I realized that were it not for Urianger and his teachings, we'd still be stuck on the moon, gazing at your world and wondering what we've been missing.
What would they think if they could see Urianger now? I dare say they'd be more than a bit surprised. And impressed, no doubt. Master Louisoix, Minfilia, Papalimo, and not to forget...
This is good.
Oh there. Heard there was a visiting expert who we might bother with a few questions. I take it you'd be the one.
Thancred's voice? It's different than A Realm Reborn, like it's no longer Taliesin Jaffe. But it's been the same person since Heavensward, I think. But I will also say there's been times where I've been like, it does sound a little different than normal. So you're not alone in that. But I don't remember who his voice actor is now. I've just seen him a few times on Twitter.
Yes, I am.
Wilson and Blovida, Charlian's foremost researchers in the field of teleportation magic, and Moonbreeder's parents.
It hath been some time. 'Tis good to see you in good health.
Likewise, old friend. Blovida and I were most honored to answer the call. Never expected this reunion, though, did we, dear?
Arthur, the nerve. Sending that letter, then running off to the gods know where. Do you have any idea how worried we were?
I'm sorry. 'Twas remiss of me not to deliver the news in person. No, more than that. 'Twas I who...
Our daughter was disillusioned after Master Louisoix left her behind. The day the Scions called upon her was the happiest I'd seen her in years. She made her every choice of her own free will. No one could have ever forced her to do otherwise. Don't blame yourself for her death. Celebrate her life. You know that's what she'd want.
If there is one thing we resent you for, it was that we could not be there to mourn her with you. Reading the words you penned in that shaky hand, we must have cried as much for you as we did for her.
I'm sorry. I truly, truly am. I knew not what to say. Knew not how to express my feelings. The poems and platitudes of wiser men, musings on sadness and loss, studied and memorized, and meaningless in the moment.
You can tell he's really bothered by this because he stopped, like, talking like Shakespearean English.
Silly boy. We are all powerless before such grief. Even now, try as I might, the words escape me. But in our hearts, we know, we always know.
I remember when you were young, how the lads teased you for choosing the company of books over others.
So I will tell you that one because it's not a spoiler. It happened back in A Realm Reborn. They are Moonbreeda's parents. She's the one who shows up during post-game, around the time that you guys go and fight Shiva. She's the, obviously, she's the Rogadin. In, like, the blue outfit, she carries an axe with her. And she dies right before you fight the Ascian, or she, like, dies while you're fighting the Ascian that has taken Minfilia prisoner. Because she stands in front and, like, takes a blast that he sends, I think, at you or at Minfilia while you're trying to seal him in the White Oricite.
Our moon didn't take kindly to that. Be nice to Urianger, she'd shout, and give them a walloping. No matter how many times we scolded her.
So we offered a suggestion. Rather than starting fights, why don't you be the bridge between Urianger and the others? She had to mull it over for a while, arms crossed, brow furrowed in intense thought. But from that day on, she never let you be alone. She'd drag you outside to play, pepper you with endless questions, read the same books you read, all to try and understand you that much better. I'm sure it was annoying and exhausting at the time, but she only ever had the best of intentions.
And look at you now, at the center of the crowd. The reason there even is a crowd, having brought these people together. You've no idea how proud we are.
To see the boy, our daughter, trusted and believed in more than anyone, grow into the man she always knew he could be. I can see her in you, too. Feel her. She walks with you wheresoever you go. So thank you, Urianger, for being who you are.
I think I can feel her too. The truth of her life. Not sorrow, but hope and love.
This moon breeder. She was important to him, wasn't she?
You could ask the man himself.
mind reminds me how much I've yet to learn about your world. And its people.
You can live here your entire life and hardly learn a thing.
That's true.
And that's why it's too soon for this to end.
Oh. That scene isn't any easier to watch the second time. But it's scenes like that are why I would tell people to not skip a Realm Reborn. Because a lot of times you'll hear, like, I hear on the internet when everyone's like, oh yeah, you should play 14. But you just gotta get through a Realm Reborn. So if you want to skip it, like, just go ahead and skip it and get to the rest, because the game gets so much better after a Realm Reborn. But there's so many scenes like that through Endwalker, where if you played through Realm Reborn and actually didn't skip the things, and I mean, I'm lucky that like I got into the game like 2 years ago, so even playing through a Realm Reborn then to now, it wasn't 10 years of waiting for some of those things that were set up way back then to pay off the way they do. And the first time I had that cutscene with Aerolith, it was actually the weather and time change was so perfect, because I managed to pick it up right as it was coming in, going from nighttime to daytime, and during the weather change. So it went from being like all dark and gloomy at the start, and like as the cutscene went on and kind of got more hopeful, it turned into beautiful morning, like sunrise lighting, and I was just like, shit, I don't know if that was planned, but that was amazing. And having watched it now, clearly it wasn't. It just happened to work out that way. Oh, Morrighan, be assured that I am fine. I am. Full glad to see them, too, after so very long. Gladder still that it was in your company, as difficult as it was to accept their kindness. It would have been far harder had I faced them alone. Thou hast my gratitude for lending courage to the Loporits. Not disposed to the rest of their laurels, not disposed to rest on their laurels, several of our guests have elected to accompany my countrymen to their stations. Some few may still come hither seeking counsel, and so shall I remain to aid them as need be. If thou art needed elsewhere, do not let me detain you. As a matter of fact, I was hoping you might check on Alize. Last I saw, she was struggling to carry an enormous pile of boxes out the west gate. I could go myself, but we both know whose help she's less like to scorn. Not to mention that, much to my misfortune, I can think of several other things I ought to be doing. Until later, you would, Thancred. That too. Which also kind of confuses me, and maybe I just misinterpreted, or misremembered the cutscene when I had it as Aerolith, because it was sunlight during the cutscene, and then it comes back to this, so maybe I was wrong, and maybe it always does the cool little lighting change, and I just misremembered. Oh, what am I to do? Ah, you're that adventurer who helped out the students of Baldessian, aren't you? I suppose it matters not to you, but my son seems to have run away. Why was there a child here in the first place? Ah, yes, simply put, my wife and I work at Aporia, and she happened to conceive whilst we were living here in Charlotte and Hamlet. I assure you, we had many sleepless nights wondering if we should quit our jobs and leave Labyrinthos, or entrust the child to a friend of ours who dwells somewhere more suitable. Ultimately, we decided to continue our work whilst raising the child here. After all, our research is focused on the very future that our offspring will inhabit. The issue is, however, that the magic that prevents us from revealing anything confidential is too potent to be used on children. Of course, we can't allow the little one to roam freely. There's no telling what he might impart into others. So he has spent his entire life thus far within the confines of Charlie and Hamlet. We recently had a slight spat with him and, well, he decided to flee. I imagine me going after him would only make things worse. Could I ask you to talk to him in my stead? I'm sure he'd be much more willing to listen to, anyone other than his parents at this point. Thank you. Verpolain, my boy, is most likely to be in the plaza to the east. I cannot imagine that he struck out any further on his own. Well, I guess if it's just like right over here. Oh, and the other blue quest is up above there. We'll be able to fly soon-ish. Who are you? No, don't run away. Please don't return to old Charlie either. What are you doing? I should probably, because I do that more often than not, I accidentally click the other one. I should probably move where my mount button is. But then I'll just be annoyed that I have to find it again. I am not going to go home so easily. You probably won't believe me either, but I've noticed that all is not right in Labyrinthos. Why don't you try telling me first, instead of just assuming I'm not going to believe you? Fine, I shall tell you what I have seen. The color of the artificial light here changed recently. I'm sure most people haven't noticed, but when you've spent your whole life here, the difference is like night and day. Even so, no one will take me seriously when I bring it up. All because of my age. Got into a big fight with my father about it. But Labyrinthos is in danger. Who knows what would happen if the artificial sun broke? That's why I can't go home just yet. I need to get to the bottom of this first. Although I'm scared to venture outside on my own. They say there's countless monsters out there. I don't suppose you would come with me. I could pay you. It's not much, but I do get pocket money from my parents. You don't need to pay me. As much as the real me wants to have more gil, you don't need to pay me. I thought you were different from the rest, but now you're treating me like a child too. This is a proper deal, all right? You've got to take my money to make it binding. Yeah, well, I mean, if you're gonna insist. Then it's settled. That was it? I didn't realize I was turning the quest in there. Okay. Well, easily enough, let's go pick up this blue quest over here then. The Vieira Gleaner. You're a visitor to Charlian, aren't you? You do have a worldly look about you. As a gleaner, I too have journeyed far and wide. Tell me, where is the farthest you have ventured? Oh, I'm gonna say another world. I was so helpful. Is that meant to be in jest? The look on your face tells me you're serious. Ah, you should do nicely. You see, I need a more experienced traveler to say a prayer for me before I leave for Girabania. You would do me the honor. The reactor operator by the tower to the south should have a lantern crystal prepared for the purpose. Alright. Unfortunately, that's the opposite direction of where I need to go, so maybe we'll pick that up later. Alright. So I gotta find Alice over here. Oh, there she is. Oh, wait, hold on. Okay, northwest, so it's still like over there. Morrighan, what are you doing out here? No, I don't mind if you help with the boxes, but it's far from the most exciting of tasks. Are you sure? Well, I appreciate the assistance. We need to get these to Aporia. Time is short, of course, but they're full of organic specimens and samples. So try not to be too rough with them. Alfino should be waiting for us when we arrive. I'll see you there. I have 3 minutes to complete this task. Can I do it? I think I can too. Honestly, the game usually, like, especially since like Shadowbringers ones of these, gives you way more than enough time. I feel like there were some of these in A Realm Reborn, like with the Beast Tribe specifically, where the timing was very, very close, but you're not Alphino. You are. Here you go, buddy. I think I have put this box right on your face. Yep, I'm resting it on your nose. Oh, you're helping with the crates. Wonderful. You can put that there with the others. Might need to go close that window. Or at least the blinds, I mean. You have my gratitude, but how did you come to be involved in this? Huh, then I suppose I have Thancred to thank as well. If you're wondering why we were tasked with bringing these boxes to Aporia to begin with, so was I. It turns out that this is a base of operations of sorts. Those with final say as to what is included in the ship's manifest can be found here. Father included, I suspect. That should be everything. You carried all of that at once. Are you trying to injure yourself? Oh, hush. They're lighter than they look, and not everyone has your delicate arms. I suppose we should let someone know that we've finished. Theopaldin is in the courtyard. We can report to him. Why don't you come along? You should get credit for your assistance at least. Considering where we are, we might even learn something interesting. Real quick though. Northeast. Oh, because we're probably closer to that one. No, I'm genuinely confused here. There we go. That's the point where it got closer. Okay. I think it's like right up there. No, northeast still, huh? What? Southeast? Ah, right there. Too far below me? So then the one I'm getting confused by must be somewhere down there. All right. Let's attune to this Aetheryte first. Actually, let's talk to the Chocobo Keep first, just to get that off of my screen. And then Aetheryte, and then Theopol. Otherwise, I'll forget to attune to this, and then I'll be in trouble. You are not who I was supposed to talk to, Alphino. Gods, it never ends, does it? What can I do for you? We've brought samples from Charlie and Hamlet, Series 110. The crates are by the entrance. Ah, thank you. I had expected one of my colleagues, but we are dreadfully short-handed. Just a moment. You are Fortuno's children, are you not? Alphino and Alize at your service. You're well acquainted with father, I assume? Quite. I've been friends with your parents since our days at the studio. I remember when you were yay high, waddling hither and thither. Clearly, it's been quite some time since we've met. 'Tis good to see you again, wielding your father's knowledge, no less. You knew our parents when they were young. What were they like? Pray spare no detail. I should like nothing more than to regale you. Alas, I am meant to be in charge here, and reams of paperwork want for submission. We can help with that, in exchange for the sort of stories our parents would never willingly divulge, of course. Very well then. There happen to be 3 sets of documents in need of delivery, so how about you each take one? Bloop. Bloop. And wait right here. And here's yours. You will find a forum representative waiting to collect those near the southernmost structure. I hope I haven't kept her waiting too long. Never mind Alphino and Alize. I'm certain they will be back soon enough. He said the southernmost? Southernmost? There we go. Reserve representative. Are you not one of the scions of the 7th Dawn? I thought you were meant to be working on the ether burner. What if I told you I was? Theopolden's paperwork. I was beginning to worry he had misplaced his quill. I appreciate your help in seeing these documents to my hand at last. As for your other task, pray keep this between us. But I sincerely hope you scions succeed. The Exodus is, without a doubt, the most monumental undertaking in the history of the Forum, and so we must be circumspect in all respects. Risk is a privilege we cannot afford ourselves. At its heart, however, Charlian has ever been a nation of the curious. 'Twould be a tragedy indeed if we were the ones to stymie your pursuit of truth. Jump. Oh, jump. Okay. Also get hung up, I guess, on that tree. Quick and efficient. I dare say you have a talent for this work. The twins' papers only needed to be delivered to elsewhere in the facility, so they should be returning any moment. We return, with not a scrap of paperwork remaining on our persons. You will note? You both have my thanks. My apologies for sending you on an errand far below your ambitions. Why, even as a babe, you struggled out of your swaddling clothes and... That is quite enough of that, thank you. It was compromising stories of our parents that we'd ask to hear, to reiterate. Ha ha ha! Ah... Of course, I've known your father for so long, I must have something. Huh. Well, as you know, part of why the Levieur name garners such respect in Charlian is your family's storied history. You two can trace your ancestry directly to those who came aboard Nunkrep's Hope, a lineage few can claim. I've never thought of it much myself. It's not as though our forebears founded our nation, they were simply there when it happened. Nevertheless, it has traditionally been a point of pride. 'Tis why Nunkrep's pronouncement, renounce the ways of war and pursue enlightenment through knowledge and reason, has ever been our family's creed. Until your grandfather's time, Archon Louisoix looked not to Nunkrep's words, but his deeds. He asserted in defiance of his peers that choosing to save the great and the small from the rising tides was the true mark of a founder's virtue. Perhaps it was his expertise, his knowledge of ancient prophecy, and the fall of civilizations that led him to conclude that to eschew conflict at every turn was to consign mankind to its doom. There will ever be conflict, and calamity will follow, thus,
To ignore the plight of those one might conceivably save is not wisdom, it is indolence. You remember his words well. Indeed, Archon Louisoix lived by that personal creed, and used every means at his disposal to bring succor to those in need, Charlian or no. No one loved and admired your grandfather more than his son. Yet Fortunal could not reconcile Louisoix's deeds with the philosophy of their forebears and his peers, a philosophy in which he believed so fervently yet made a pariah of his father. Fortunal agonized over this contradiction for much of his life. Gods, father. A son may carry his father's blood, but his choices are his own to bear. Is it not always thus? Gods know Fortunal's a cranky old goat, so I'm sure you butt heads often enough. Yet even so, you must know that you are constantly in his thoughts, every moment of every day, and that is not an exaggeration in the slightest. You should have seen him when you were born. Barely recognizable, he was, with a kind of dumbfounded grin I'd not seen since he first took a fancy to your mother. He was practically skipping when he told me the news. Take my word for it, he loves you to an embarrassing degree. But he is also frustratingly simple-minded. Once he's decided that a given action is for the best, he will stay the course no matter who or what opposes him. A profoundly annoying habit when you're on the other end of it, as I'm sure you will agree. I'll say, thank you for your insight. When next we meet our parents, I shall mention that we spoke. Try not to get me into too much trouble now. I need the forum on my side. Speaking of which, I ought to be getting back to work. I have to make sure those specimens you brought make it to their proper places, or the cranky old goat will have my hide. We can speak again later. Okay, buddy. Pew. Hail, you three! Oh. Raha, surely Cockle hasn't driven you out of the forge already? For better or for worse, no. However, he has set me a task that requires more than my single pair of hands, and here you are. I could use at least one of you, but I won't object to more. Unfortunately, Alize and I have prior commitments, and we have delayed too long as it is. What about you, Morrighan? Can you spare the time? For Folly's boyfriend, sure. Perfect. This shouldn't take long. In the event that our, and I quote, promised heap of adamantite falls right out of the bloody sky and into my lap, Master Cockle wishes to be ready to put the proverbial hammer to anvil at a moment's notice. To fabricate these parts, however, he needs the flames in Cockle's forge to burn hotter. He sent me to increase the amount of ether being funneled to his furnaces. The flow of fire-aspected ether in Labyrinthos is regulated by an elemental reactor south of here, to which I have borrowed the key. The adjustment will require 2 people to carry out safely, but I can explain the process when we arrive. This is where we part then. We'll see you in Charlian Hamlet once the adamantite arrives, if not before. This way then. Yes, let us be on our way. Let's check our ether compass. 313 to the southeast. 226 to the southeast. 155 to the southeast. 88 to the southeast. We're gonna go get that first real quick. Because why not? Alright. Let's do this, Raha. The reactor is housed within this facility. I'll be the one to go inside and adjust the fire ether output. When I do, a rather large amount of water-aspected ether will issue from the vent at the top. I expect this to attract at least a few elementals which we would both rather not be drawn into the reactor itself. Trust me. And I ask that you put down any that draw too near. They'll pose you little trouble, I'm sure. You got it, Graha. Wait here if you would. Let me pull out my helpful companion Vex in her wolf barding, which you get from PvP. I was gonna say, there should definitely be more. It's not gonna give us just a one done. Ooh. There we go. Let's survey the area again. Did everything go smoothly out here? I thought as much. No major complications to speak of inside either. And the water ether appears to be venting properly. I expect Cockle will have seen a difference in his forge flames by the time I return. Since I have you, there was another matter I thought to discuss with you. Nothing terribly important, merely something I've been considering. Part of this I shared with everyone, yet you, and only you, have been to Elpis. As we have established, refined adamantite is a product of Alat, of the Empire's twilight years in fact. It was a material which saw much use as part of the Allagan's efforts to extend beyond the bounds of this world, Dalamud of course being the most prominent. Of those who would push further, expand Alag's empire to encompass the heavens and the stars above, perhaps the greatest was its infamous technologist Amon. Did he remember his life as Hermes? I believe he had his own reasons. There is no evidence to suggest that he had retained memories of his former self. He only joined the Asians once the Empire was all but dust, as you know. If not his memory, though, what drove him to pursue the idea with such fervor? This may seem far-fetched, but what if souls, like minds, have a personality, so to speak, a natural disposition towards which they are inclined? We know with relative certainty that it was the gross decadence and inexorable decline of Alag that moved Amon to resurrect Emperor Zandi. The Empire's people spoke lightly of death and destruction, experimenting on those they deemed beneath them to fill the emptiness in their hearts. In facilitating Zandi's return, Amon provided these languid souls with the means to free themselves from the mire of their own indolence. Or would have, had not Zandi been convinced by his own death that life itself was meaningless. Amon's desire for his countrymen to conquer the heavens could only be means to the same end, to instill the people with new purpose. Like Hermes before him, Amon was appalled by how those around him lived, but could never bring himself to believe that those lives were devoid of meaning. And both of them sought that meaning, that hope in the distant stars. Such is my theory, anyway. Ultimately, it is the consequences of their actions which matter. Their motives are of no moment, and yet, to reach those stars on wings of adamantite, to travel to the ends of creation and beyond, the promise of hope everlasting, that much I do understand. But enough musings for now. Why don't we see how Cockle is getting on? You got it, bud. Ba-da-da-da-da.
Ah, yes, back to the forge. Which is why you want to make sure you've attuned to the Aporia Aetherite to make getting back there so much easier. And probably any normal player would. But as this is my second time playing through the game and I learned through much of A Realm Reborn, sometimes you travel to an area and forget to attune because you're like, oh yeah, I've already done that. And no. No, you haven't. We're going to go around this way. How many more ether currents? I just have the one from in the wild to get still. Whew, I can feel those flames ablazing from here. Glad you found someone capable, Graha, but there's too much left for you lot to do. Unless you can conjure up that refined adamantite any faster. Alright, before we start this next quest though, I'm going to take another short break. It's probably going to be a little longer than normal, so I can get my lunch. So, I will be right back. Let's pick up this quest. I had a little microwavable, like, crustless pizza. So I'm going to have that. I'm going to try it. But it's got a set now, so, we'll pick up this next quest and start it. Oh, I do trust you to deliver on your promise, I do, only... I hate waiting. I want that adamantite, and I want it now. We, share your impatience, I assure you. Is there truly nothing else we can assist with in the meantime? I wish. This sitting's about's unbearable. Pity the Forum frowns on recreational explosions. Well, so long as they can't prove it was premeditated, get you gone, I've mistakes to make. In that case, I suppose I should go and return the key to the reactor. I'll have one more look to make sure that nothing has gone wrong, unintentionally or otherwise. I'm certain there are better uses for your time, however. I will join you in Charlie and Hamlet anon. Okay, so we're going to the north. I mean, technically it would be quicker to teleport, but I also need to swing by this area real quick, so... Excuse my sneeze, sorry. I did make sure I hope I muted. I might have to do it again because I feel another one coming. Alright, experimental reactor operator. Are you here for the crystal? I hope it does some good for that gleaner. Those folks need all the luck they can get. Lanterns light the way through the darkness, a tool which can mean the difference between life and death. They are synonymous with safe passage, and as such, it has become custom in recent days to imbue the crystals inside with the prayers of a more seasoned traveler. And today, that traveler is you. Simply face the crystal and pray for the safety of the traveler to be, if you will. Okay, / pray. A colleague recently told me about the power of Akasha, a concept taught in Radzit Han, and how it reacts to strong emotion. I wonder if this method of praying to a crystal is a manifestation of that power. Well, that should do it. With luck, your prayers will help guide the gleaner safely through the perils of his journey. Here's hoping. Alright. Well, let's go turn that quest in so we can, be that much closer to flying. And then get started on the remainder of this quest. Which will hopefully have a talking cutscene coming up soonish, so that I can, hide my camera and eat. Because I try to not eat too much during normal cutscenes. Because I don't want people to have to wait for me to finish chowing down to say the next line. Do you have a lantern crystal for me? I do, buddy. Here you go. You have my thanks. With your prayer fueling its light, I have faith that it will keep me safe until my return. And now I depart for Girabania. I hope your travels are successful as well as mine. We hope our travels are successful too. Wait at the destination. My companions are bound to turn up sooner or later, you're right. Oh, whoopsie. Oh, I love this song. If you have Spotify, it's the song
All
Dynamis
set, I take it?
on the Endwalker soundtrack.
We finished what we could. Delivered supplies, tracked down escaped animals, trivial tasks as they may be.
That's enough, don't you think? If there was anything more important still undone, that would be a problem in itself.
The vessel is essentially ready for departure. All that remains is to load the final batch of supplies and see everyone on board. Once we've readied the ether burner, that is.
Ah, had a feeling we might find you all here.
Our consultations with the Loperites, too, have run their course. Pleased I am to say that our researchers' concerns have for the most part been allayed, though some insist on making adjustments to the very end. For their part, Livingway and her peers have graciously offered to stay and keep the people company, lest any lingering queries go unanswered.
All that remains is to wait for the refined adamantite.
Alphino, are you there? It's me, Cryle. Your special delivery has arrived. Round up everyone and come to the harbor at once.
Speak of the devil. Let us go at once.
Forgive the intrusion, Master Fortuner. I bring urgent news. A great commotion has broken out in Scholar's Harbor. Your presence is requested, with all speed.
Now, where might this delivery be? Oh.
I'm sure it's very important, but we cannot accept these without the proper permits.
By the 12! Surely, these can't all be.
Bleeding hellfire! They're bringing them by sea and by air. All these folks in these crates.
And more on the way. Got your adamantite right here. A bigger haul than any of these sorry bastards brought, and that's no lie.
Of course you would make it into a challenge.
Yes, because you were charged with seeing the shipments from Gridania and Uldar here, along with your own. Give credit where credit is due.
Sounds like the sorry whinging of a sore loser. An hypocrite to boot. Ain't no way a scrawny whelp like you took a dozen steps inside a Dalamud shard.
I'll have you know I went all the way to the entrance. I played a vital role in keeping a lookout whilst our expeditionary forces secured the adamantite.
Left you outside so you wouldn't get anyone killed, did they? Well then, credit where credit's due, you did a right fine job sitting on your ass.
Take that back.
Make me.
I will not stoop to your level.
My, what a grand welcome party.
Hancock and Saraban.
We come bearing relics both sacred and Allegan, as well as a few other gifts that may be of help, to be presented with best wishes from the Eastern Alliance.
I myself have come with a sacred relic of the Kojin. Upon learning of your need, Bunchin bade me deliver it on behalf of the Blue with all haste. Fearing I could not swim here with the necessary speed, however, I thought to beg our Confederate allies for aid. To my delight, Hancock was already preparing for departure at the selfsame port, and had space for additional cargo.
We did, of course, need quite the impressive vessel to get it all here in time.
That is all wonderful to hear, but what of the extraordinary cost? I shudder to think of the ransom we must pay for such a bounty.
Fret not for your coin purse, young Alphino. Lord Lolorito looks ever towards the profits of the future, and thus the East Aldenar Trading Company went to some lengths to reduce the financial liability. And since the Scions funded the entire venture, not a gill need be rendered up in compensation. Everything is already yours.
Well, that's good.
We funded the venture? When?
Don't let the name fool you. This coinkeeper knows a thing or two about spending. When it comes to capital investiture, a sprinkling of gil here and there will not do. You need enough savings to make waves when it really counts, which is why frugality is paramount. We also had the benefit of a generous patron. Generous being rather an understatement. She has supported us from the shadows since the very founding of the Scions. We even had coffers to fill.
Mother!
Millions.
I remain, of course, an entirely neutral party. I simply thought our family's coffers were needlessly full. We can hardly take them with us on your teeny-tiny toy boat, now can we? And would be a shame to leave all that hard-earned wealth unspent.
I love their mom so much.
Waste not.
Oh, she gives him such a headache.
However did you manage so much in so short a time, though? We expected word to reach only a fraction of our allies.
Did I not tell you I have my ways? Erenville, you were involved too.
I received a letter from Cryo after we parted ways in Labyrinthos. She explained what the Scions were trying to accomplish, and why you might soon require the services of the Gleaners, spread across the world as we are. I pray you do not interpret this as a betrayal of Charlie. I accept that the Forum's aim in pushing us to our limits was to preserve what knowledge we have, and I bear you no ill will for it. Yet, in collecting that knowledge, what I came to appreciate most about our star is that there remains so much we do not know. That is why I chose to help the Scions. To combat the obliteration of those countless, undiscovered wonders. I held no illusions that they would be less demanding taskmasters. Though, rest assured, if I had, I would have been sorely disappointed. To make a long story short, the whole of the guild ship cooperated to ensure your call was heard far and wide.
What's this about a ship that can fly to the moon? And why didn't you mention it sooner? The one time you don't beg my aid, your problem's a bloody ship that can fly to the moon.
Sid! You brought the team.
Of course. Garland Ironworks' finest. You need only point us towards my new favorite ship.
As you like us not suspect, we've also brought adamantite from Mordona's Dalamud Shard. I admit to some consternation upon first receiving Kryl's message. So few Scions remain at the Rising Stones now. Far too few for such an expedition. However, the Gleaners were able to secure us reinforcements. Idleshire's treasure hunters, not least among them.
Fascinating as all this is, I fail to see how it explains your presence here. Does Razat Khan not have more pressing concerns?
We do. Yet averting the final days would be the most expedient solution. That, and I am indebted to you. Though they chose to take their leave of Thavnair, those you saved in Galimund remain my people. My gratitude is beyond words. 'Tis appropriate that I aid you in kind. If in the doing we bring salvation to others of this star, so much the better. You will recall that I spoke of my father, Midgard Summer, and his journey across the great expanse. As he traveled betwixt the stars, his resplendent scales drank of the ether in those nigh empty surrounds, and imparted to him the strength to persevere. Thinking they might further your cause, I called out to my kin for consent. Ajdaya's answer was silence, as ever. Tiamat and Chris-Velgre, however, responded favorably to the suggestion. My sire, too, gave his assent. Thus have I brought you his own worm scales. Fit them to your purpose, and seek a worthier fate for us all.
You'd be hard-pressed to find someone else so familiar with the unique properties of dragon scales. So I invited myself along.
And we appreciate it, Nadana.
Bugger me, this is so unbelievable. I've gone right back round to believing it again. Forget a 6% gain in efficiency. With all these goodies, we could get 7, no, 10, no, 14 bleeding percent. Think of how far we could go. What we could do with that much power. What we could blow up!
If Kokol is duly convinced, then it must be true. In which case, the Scion's end of the bargain has been fulfilled. Would you not agree?
Yes, Father?
I know not what you seek of Hydaelyn, nor for what purpose you would take command of our ship. Yet this much is certain. To do so will be to dictate the fate of this star and the lives upon it. The lives of each and every creature, in their magnitude and their fragility. Do you understand? And are you prepared?
We have seen and we have felt how much each life shapes this world. And so we are determined to abandon none. We understand what is at stake, and we are prepared to bear this burden.
Then I will bear it with you. I beg you, share your struggles with me. As family.
Finally, he has given us a reason to like it.
You grasped my fingers with such tiny hands the day you were born. I thought my heart might burst. It was love and happiness beyond expression. Overwhelming. And a conviction so powerful that I trembled with something close to rage. I had heard the final days foretold. I swore to myself then and there that I would not let them steal your futures. The great exodus would succeed. Must succeed. No sacrifice or sin was worse than the alternative. If anything gave me pause, 'twas mine own father. The Archon Louisoix openly decried Charlian's policies, a perspective which I regarded with increasing disdain as I grew older. Yet even as part of me thought him a fool. Perhaps I also hoped that he, of all people, would devise a brilliant means to save my children. A naive hope, but stubborn enough that I could never bring myself to keep you apart. No, that was his doing, when he perished at Carteneau. As we pulled that twisted slab of Dalamud from the sea, I remembered the warmth of your newborn touch. Chastened, I vowed never again to suffer any interference in my mission to protect you. No matter that you yourselves wished otherwise. Detest me, fight me tooth and nail, I would suffer it, and more. And be satisfied so long as I could force you onto the ship. I was wrong. You two have grown so much stronger and so much wiser than I dared dream. You have earned the right to walk your own path, and already begun to do so.
Good. Because there are things we care about, and people we love, and none of them is replaceable. Not a one.
It cannot have been an easy journey for you to have come so far.
We shall be glad to acquaint you with the finer details someday, once this danger has passed. All that we have seen and heard, that we have felt and learned in our travels. Ours is not a kind world, but it is beautiful. Always.
Oh no. Are you quite sure that's wise? After all, someone
turns pale and flees the room when he sees so much as an envelope containing word of your adventures. Whatever will happen if he learns what you were really up to?
Millions.
She does a
Though
lot.
I have wronged my children most gravely, I owe you an apology as well.
And it's hilarious.
I assumed that it was the Scion's influence that made them so keen to charge headlong into danger. Yours, in particular. I see now that said influence instead brought them together with the many fine people gathered here today. In which case, I hope you continue to guide them.
If we've finished loitering about the harbor, might I suggest we put our plans into motion? People are beginning to look confused.
Perhaps you can spare a few words ere they resume the tedious lugging of cargo. You've no small number of friends and admirers here, after all.
Don't put me on the spot like that, Alfie. What's Morrigan's triumphant speech? Lend us your strength. Our moment of triumph is close at hand, or with me. Our moment of triumph is close at hand.
Your assistance is appreciated. Now, in an orderly fashion, if you please.
And they are indeed short. And I actually think they mentioned that in a Stormblood questling or post-quest. Maybe it's Shadow Raiders. One of Alphino's friends mentions how he can still look down on Alphino, and Alphino's like, just wait until about my 21st summer, and then I will be the one looking down on you. Paraphrased, of course. We finally managed to clear the harbor, which means the rest is in the engineer's capable hands. Meanwhile, Father has issued to us an invitation. As was agreed, he will reveal the means by which Heidelin may be contacted. We are to meet him at Aporia when we're ready. Given the vital knowledge she holds, I suggest we leave without delay. It transpires, however, that the Forum's method for speaking with her is not without risks. I am curious to hear what those might entail, but regardless be warned. Most of those who arrived with the Adamantite have offered to stay and see to any remaining tasks that need doing. The Forum has already asked for my assistance in overseeing the process, so you needn't worry about a thing. Thank you, Tataru. We're off to Aporia then. And we are indeed. Morrighan, I have already shown the others inside. You will want to speak with Claire Lane. She has the key to the lift and can send you down after. Can't I just walk with you? Alright. Fine, we'll do this your way. Oh, Claire Lane, I need to take the operator. I need to take the lift. Not the operator. Although, Claire, if you would like to go on a date, Morrigan's open. From here, we proceed to the heart of Labyrinthos, and its most closely guarded secret, Thaumazic. It marks the beginning and end of our efforts, whence we delve to seek audience with the star, and whence we will embark on our journey to the heavens. This way, if you please. I also want to know how the other Scions beat me here when I teleport. So somewhere I missed one. Way over here. Damn. For real. It's gotta be like somewhere over here. I knew there was one that was confusing me. It was that one. Probably while we queue for the dungeon, we'll go and get that one. I'm stunned. There's our ship. I bid you welcome to Thamazu. Direct your attention toward its center to behold the ark over which we have long labored. As you can see, 'twas designed as a medium-sized craft, the better to reduce fuel consumption. Miniaturizing magics have been applied to its interior to ensure that the thrust-to-weight ratio does not place too great a limitation on its freight capacity. The ether burner, as you know, has been removed for further modification, but we shall reattach it soon enough. I have received word that Cockle and several of your allies are working on it with an intense fervor. They are sure to see it done. 'Twas by their expertise that many a prior disaster was averted. If anything, I fear they will not afford us much time for speaking with Heidelin ere they finish. Point taken. Let us move on. I must warn you again, however, that even with the benefit of our device, to treat with her is not a simple feat. Okay. I know, right? He says it's a small ship. Teeny tiny toy boat. Bruh, that's anything but. I have done what I can to impress upon you the gravity of what lies ahead. Are you prepared? Not as prepared as I'm gonna be. Her children, one and all. We make for the lift at the center of this chamber. Come. Is the center not that way? Okay. I need to jump over here. Bleep. I love the way the mammoths waddle. As you all know, welcome in, Mr. God Assassin. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. As you all know, alongside our physical world exists an ethereal plane, what we refer to as the ethereal sea. At the heart of the star, the physical and ethereal are one and the same. Thus, the deeper we go, the easier it becomes to pass between said planes. We utilize this principle in constructing the anti-tower, once more here in Thamazu. No sooner did the Forum decide that an exodus from the star would be necessary than it began work on this facility. Our work culminated in a device that allowed us to peer deeper into the ethereal sea than ever before, in search of Heidelin's ever fainter echoes. The Aisha scope. And you communicate with her through this device. For a time, yes. But since the 7th Umbral Calamity, it has been rare to even hear a whisper. If you wish to reach her, you must journey closer to the center of the star than we have ever dared, beyond the Asia scope. Even so, I make no guarantee that you will find her, nor of your safety, not so deep in the ethereal sea. We understand, but if we are to deliver this world, we have no choice but to try. I know. I only wish we could do more than observe your progress from afar. The Aetioscope's ocular lens, by which we may peer into the ethereal sea without placing ourselves at hazard, lies above us. Though, if we can watch and guide you, or through it, we can watch and guide you. In those swirling depths, there are pockets of ether so dense and turbulent that they can unravel one's soul. If we determine that you are at risk of coming into contact with such a pocket, we will recall you with teleportation magics. To that end, it would be best if one familiar with the composition of your souls remained here to assist in assessing said risk. Otherwise, there is an increased probability that we will extract you too early or too late. Please allow me. Well, I appreciate that, Mr. God Assassin, and thank you for coming over from not Twitch, because you are on Twitch. Thank you for coming from YouTube, and I'm glad you like my Metal Gear videos. I'm assuming it was probably one of the more recent Metal Gear Monday videos, and I'm glad you stopped by. I have 2 more Metal Gear Mondays already ready to go for the next 2 weeks, and I tend to record those usually on Tuesdays or Thursdays, so if those are what you enjoyed, stick around, because for the foreseeable future, I have Metal Gear content planned for Mondays for probably at least the year, if not longer. I have thought upon this much, and in truth, I do not believe that I am fit to join you in the trials ahead. The events at the Tower of Babel drained me, yes, but even before that, your capabilities far outstripped my own. This is no time to have a weak link in our vanguard, no matter how much she may wish it were otherwise. If I assist in the manner that Master Fortunal has laid out, however, I may still be of use. Will you trust in me to do so? I can think of none I'd trust more. Compared to all that effort you put into keeping us alive while our souls were in the first, preventing us from dissolving into ether on a single expedition ought to pose no challenge at all. Even if we did, I expect you would hunt us down and restore us to health somehow. You flatter me, but rest assured that I will be keeping a close eye on all of you. There is one more thing. Those in ages past referred to the ethereal sea as the underworld, our final resting place. In its embrace is memory washed away, leaving only the purity of one's soul, or so we believe. Yet what of these memories? Few think to ask what becomes of them, cast adrift on ethereal tides. Some theorize that they may linger for some time, those associated with strong sentiment in particular. In those depths, memories of the departed may even coalesce around you, for hatred or for love. Thus do I caution you to be wary, but also to have faith. Remember those who did gladly extend a hand to you, that they may lift you up once more. Okay. This should unlock the Aetioscope. The next 2 Metal Gear Mondays are more VR missions, but after that we might move into some of the other side content from Metal Gear Solid 2, like the Snake Tales and such, because I'm coming up on one of the VR missions that always gives me problems, and I don't want to sit there and grind it for an hour or 2 to try and clear it, because then I'll just be frustrated and I know the content won't be great. Where am I trying to go? Charlie and Hammer. Because I want to go try and find the last ether current that I'm missing. while we wait for this to pop anyway in the queue. Glad to hear it. I know, like, I have other videos where I cleared some snake tails, and I think I have an extreme playthrough of Metal Gear Solid 2 on my YouTube somewhere. But with the recent re-release of the Master Collection, I'm trying to get the achievements on Xbox. So, or the achievements a second time on Xbox, which is what I decided that I was going to use Metal Gear Mondays for. It was kind of like a little side way to kind of grind out achievements for the different Metal Gear games. Nice, nice. And Faye, it was called Unmetal, and I think Unmetal is on both. I think it's on like all consoles and Steam. I played it on Steam, but it was fun until I got towards the very end and it got past my ability of my skill level, and I had to drop the difficulty back. But in terms of like story and how it does the like the great parody, it was fun. And I know I have the playthrough of Unmetal up on YouTube as well. Okay, now we can fly here. We're gonna give this queue, much like we always do when I'm streaming, we'll give it about another 3 minutes for 5 minutes total. And if it pops, great, we'll run it with other players. And if not, we'll swap over to running it as a trust, which will make the dungeon take longer. But I'd rather do that than sit and stuff. Well, I appreciate it, Mr. God Assassin. That is a long name. But, I mean, it's actually not long. It's just saying, I don't know. But I appreciate you stopping by. And I'm glad you're enjoying my videos on YouTube. It's good to hear. Because, you know, putting out content and not getting a lot of feedback or anything on it, it's good to hear. So thank you for hanging out. You made my day good. Mentor, I will try to remember that. You might have to remind me a few times. But same to you as well. Thank you for hanging out. Alright. I'm really hoping this one pops. I think we've ran every dungeon so far in Endwalker we've ran with other people. During Stormblood and Shadowbringers playthroughs, we did not get a lot of queues popping. There is not a duty finder. That's fine. Or a party finder. We do have a DPS already in the queue though, so in that case, I might be willing to push it a little longer. In hopes that it'll pop by like 6 minutes or so. Oh, I should tank stance, because I'm not going to get synced down. One of the trials from Shadowbringers. Oh, that one was rough to queue for. Total, I think I spent an hour in the queue for it. Oh, this is one of the little things I enjoy. So you can fly out here, but then suddenly you go through this door, and it's like, hey, yeah, you can't fly because there are no ether currents beyond this point. And I think that's a cool little detail that they have. Yeah. It's just like that little like slap against your pride when you're mid first pull and you just look down at chat and you see usually the healer, but sometimes like the DPS or someone be like stance with a question mark, and I'm just like, the shameful application of it mid pull. It's unfortunate. But it happens. Yeah. I was really hopeful this would pop. This dungeon isn't bad to run with a trust, because there's some cool, like, little Easter eggs that you can get with a trust. But I was just really hoping for, like, time's sake. Alright. We're gonna drive back to him. Hope it pops before then. But if it doesn't, we'll run it as a trust. Okay. Who are we bringing with us then? Gotta withdraw from it. I'm gonna give it another 18 seconds. That'll put us at 7 minutes. Just don't be like the Ultima Weapon on my on my streaming playthrough, where I was like, alright, at 5 minutes we're gonna run it as a trust, and then it popped right at 5 minutes. Damn. Oh well. It's gonna take longer if we sit here and wait, so we'll bring Urianger. Let's see. As a healer, I'm gonna get rid of Y'shtola and bring Estinian so we have the physical DPS. Alright. I'm assuming that's Asia-scope, but I don't think they ever actually say it, so I don't know how to pronounce it. Alright, let's go.
All seems in order with the lens, and I trust you can hear me? Those things are pure malcontent, the residue of lives unfulfilled.
Alright, it was just a single pull here. I think after the first boss, we'll probably hit level 90, and I already have my set of level 90 gear, so we're going to get instantly stronger, and our gear is going to change its look. Keep up. This was either a really good idea or a really bad one. What are they all fighting back here? Urianger! I need heals!
You underestimate me!
I did not mean to leave them behind. Come on. Oh, that was good, buddy. That was good. However, things are going to start looking dire here in a second because I'm going to be out of mitigations. And I knew better than to try and double pull this, but...
I have you now.
Come on.
You're mine!
I'm gonna stun that. Why are you all running away? What are you... Turn around and fight! Okay. Whose ether is the fire? Ilberd? Oh no. In a rush of familiar wisdom, the memory of a principled scion takes form. Art thou with us still, Papalimo? Is what Urianger said. This dungeon has a lot of little Easter eggs and spoilers, and so if you aren't a person who runs them with trusts usually, I do suggest either like Googling it or picking some scions to run it, because there are awesome little things that get said depending on what scions you bring and such. Get back here. That's not bad. Oh boy. Ugh. Oh. I appreciate you bringing the stack marker to the middle, Urianger. What do you mean, who is this, Bridget? It's the 89 dungeon. Also, welcome in.
Be gone!
Oh, I got hit by that. Oh, I got hit by two of them. Whoops. Sorry, Urianger, I'm making your life hard.
Be gone!
It was not intention. I just forgot how the mechanics stack. Thank you, Alize. Oh!
You underestimate me.
Yeah, Bridge of the Ethereal Sea. That dungeon. So, I mean, technically, this boss's name is Livia the Undeterred, which is, hey, we hit level 90. Livia from the Realm Reborn dungeons. Oh, I need to equip my new gear.
The ether is too dense. I'm losing you.
No, don't lose us. Here, let me go here real quick. My outfit is about to change. You know what? I don't hate it. But I also just got, I think, like 6,000 more XP. Oh, not XP, HP, so worth it. Alright, you all come with me. In a rush of familiar affection, the memory of a valiant Archon takes form. Livia, yes, the one obsessed with Gaius, who's like, you cannot have him! His body and soul are mine! And I'm just like, lady, I don't want him. Bridget, I read that as a question. Like you were telling Faye that, you think your year is doing good? Honestly, the coat really does look good. And then that one, I forget what we said because I was busy, but that was Horshaphant, giving us a damage up and a defense up for 20 seconds. Hey, Urianger, I'm gonna need you to get over here. There we go, good job. I actually might want to make a glam with this, for Aerolith. Shin Shop Kids shoes. Is size 5 what, our daughter's in? No, no. The other child is the one in need of shoes. Oh, I have that ability now. Let's go. My burst phase just got so much better.
You underestimate me!
You will fall to Tartarus.
You underestimate me.
I have a sneeze coming. Maybe not. I guess not. It was like right there. Okay, which way are these gonna go? Yeah? To find the ones that he would want.
I have you now.
We shall overcome this.
Honestly, that seems fair. He probably would want to go anyway so that he could pick out the shoes that he really actually wants. I debated eating that tank buster for full damage just because of how close he was to dying. I didn't want to be down mitigations for these next set of pools, but it wouldn't have been worth it. It would have been a mistake, honestly. Open up light. It has to be, is what Urianger said. Whose light could this be? Sinking dishonesty. God, this is a long hallway. Alright, now let me bring us back this way a smidge so that Urianger can heal me sooner. Oh shit! More mitigations. I mean, we can always check Walmart. I know you don't like going anywhere than where you work because discounts and stuff, but come on. You know, if any of you wanted to use the limit break, I wouldn't be upset.
I have you now.
I got stuck on something when I was running there? What? Menphelia's spirit. Art thou content? I have no mitigations for this, really, not for like another couple seconds. That might have been a little spike. Oh, I just invulned on accident. Whoops. Sorry for the heart attack, Urianger. He just watched my health go from full to 1. Because the Gunbreaker did the meme. Onward. Mapping the realm, the Aetius skill.
So bold, so headstrong, stubborn to the last. But this is as far as you go. Oblivion beckons!
Sundered Soul, Amon the Undone.
Many faces have I worn, but this is my favorite by far! You will persist in this folly no longer. The stage is set.
Or as you put it, Bridget, yes.
Let the curtains rise for the main attraction.
Yes, but we need help from one more soul. A bracing wind leaps from the pages of memory.
What a boorish audience you are! You underestimate me!
Yeah, he's one of Hermes' shards. From the first. Or from the source. Listen, Estinian, would you not run right through my tank buster, please? That would be greatly appreciated.
Be gone!
Damn, Alisei and Estinian both ate.
Together we shall overcome this.
Down to the last couple. Here we go.
Lies! All lies! Your dreams, your hopes, your futures, delusions and lies!
That is a massive gunblade. Also, enjoy your look at Morrigan's eyes, because you won't get to see them for much longer. I'm pretty sure this cutscene is going to have voice acting.
My very essence begins to wane. Sweet, sweet agony.
Leave this to her.
Come to deal the coup de grace. Good. Watching you struggle against the inevitable is bad comedy. Erase me from existence, soul and all.
Have you any memories of Meteor?
How would you know that name?
Because I was there.
Then it was you. In Elpis. With Emmett Selk. The final pieces fall into place. In my halcyon days, as the mortal Ammon, I was haunted by a dream. Night after night, the faceless multitude, the voiceless cries, shards of shattered memories. But slowly, the fog began to clear. This was Elpis. And I was Hermes. Recurring though it was, I paid this dream little heed. It was only when I was granted the seat and memories of Fandaniel that I knew these visions to be true.
And there, Bridget, is where I think you have your answer to your question. He did not have his memories of Hermes even when he was sundered. It wasn't until he was granted that seat.
They were the memories of Hermes that he himself erased using the power of Kairos. Or so he thought. In his attempt to burn away the events of that fateful day, he succeeded only in searing them more deeply into his soul. My soul. Death failed to expunge them. No matter how many times it came. Rebirth after rebirth, from one Fandaniel to the next. I wonder, is Emmett Selk adrift somewhere in this ethereal sea? In defeat, finally remembering your time together in Elpis? How it must gall him to be entrusted with knowledge of the final days only to be rendered powerless to act upon it. So many lifetimes dedicated to restoring his beloved Amarok in blissful ignorance. Oh, folly. But make no mistake, my life as Hermes is not the reason I invited the world's end. I have lived. I have struggled. I have dredged the very depths of despair. And in the detritus of existence, I found the truth. I served a great ruler, powerful beyond measure. The world his dominion. Yet even he and his vast empire were destined to fall, to become one with oblivion. At the end of life's journey lies only death. So I ask you, why live at all? We betray, we torment, we murder. We are wicked, spiteful creatures, without exception. If life is so sacred, so precious, why fill it with such misery? Man wallows in a hell of his own making without purpose or meaning. To live is to suffer, and I would end that suffering by my own hand. It matters not if it flies in the face of all believed right and just. Death is the only solution! That is my truth, my answer to the question. And yet, even as the words pass my lips, I am filled with doubt. Has my search reached its end? Was this the only way? After all these years, is this the answer I was hoping for?
No one can answer that but you, buddy.
The lamentations of the damned. How it vexes me to see your conviction falter at the last. Fandango. Still clinging to existence, I see. You, who champion death so fervently, unwilling to accept your own, refusing to be purified and swept into the sea of souls. As do I. We prisoners to memory, watching as the world turns.
God, I can't stand this little punk.
Though unlike me, you will be spared the ignominy of having your corpse made a puppet, dancing to another's tune.
Is that Arsahi?
How very astute. But let me be clear, I have not come to consort with the likes of you. Nor have I come to bemoan the state of the world following my untimely demise. In fact, I delight in mankind's downfall and the anguish it brings the savior of the savages. If I played some small part in the chaos, all the better. Not that I was in any position to resist. But to be made accomplice to the betrayal of Lord Xenos. I would die 1,000 deaths to exact my vengeance. Now you are at my mercy. I shall drag us both into oblivion, and you will never see the fulfillment of your magnum opus. Even should you be reborn, your desperate search for answers must start again.
I genuinely don't think Amon cares at this point. I'll do what must be done. Silence, or next time we will find I'll do what must be done.
And what might that be?
Remember that you lived.
My wish is all but granted. To die and take you all with me.
Don't try to follow me. I had more of you people than I could stomach in life. Never mind in death.
Likewise. I pray we do not meet again.
That is Alphinaud's polite way of saying, fuck you.
You had better hope not.
Right.
Come. Hydaelyn is waiting.
Brave travelers, I welcome you.
You look different.
I see. Thou didst journey under Elpis. And now, the rivers of time converge.
Yeah, up until this point, we just knew her as the rock that was in the background, the giant crystal. Which, if you haven't gotten here yet...
Yet I would hear you speak your reasons all the same.
Massive spoilers incoming. So, continue watching at your own... I don't want to say peril, but...
You created the moon to deliver mankind from the final days. But is that really how it has to end? We do not wish to abandon this world. We want to protect the source and all of its shards.
To flee is but one of two paths. The other leadeth to Meteon, far beyond the stars, where she doth chant creation's requiem.
I guess that is fair, but I just wanted to give full warning that pretty big ones.
Her domain is formed of dynamis, pure, absolute. Where emotion and memory govern all, ether will avail you naught. Meteon hath gathered the pain and despair of countless stars, and to go unprepared is to go unto your doom.
We'll beat her. We'll win. I swear it. Is what I might have said once. After everything I've seen, all the times I've succumbed to my own anger and fear. I can no longer pretend that courage and faith will be enough. But are we truly so powerless? That our only choice is to flee?
Far from it, my child. Long ago, the inhabitants of myriad stars, many more prosperous than Atheris, sought to free their worlds from life's woes. Sorrow and anger, conflict and hostility, despair, and even death itself. But as Meteon reported, every attempt ended in failure. Darkness abideth within every living being and can never be cast out. Neither reason nor faith can challenge this immutable truth. To live is to suffer. And in suffering, find strength and purpose and hope. As you have done so many times before. Thou dost pursue an impossible dream, yet knowing this, you pursue it nevertheless. And thou hast learned to depend on others as they do thee. Thy yearning for the power to save the powerless hath ever driven thee to greater heights. Thou hast grown strong. Though those closest to thee no longer walketh by thy side, their love remaineth thy guiding light. For duty's sake, thou hast been bound by truths unutterable time and time again. Yet thy heart hath never wavered, as thy companions will attest. In thy pursuit of mysteries great, all thou believest is brought into question. Undaunted, thy thirst for knowledge remaineth unquenched. The fires of hatred that once burned in thy heart burneth no more. From their ashes doth spring the light of love, warm and pure.
His character arc, I think, is one of the best ones in this game, because he went from being a character that I could not stand, with how one-sided he saw the world. I don't think that's the right term, but how narrow his worldview was, and that it was just dragons are evil and they must be killed at all costs, to what he is now.
As witness to black calamity, thou despaired at man's helplessness. Resolved, thou didst unite a distant world on the brink of collapse. And thou, my champion, when all did seem lost, thou never abandoned hope. For every trial and every foe that did bar thy way, thou hast proven equal to the challenge, drawing...
Damn it.
You have all known despair, and though the end approacheth, you walk on, heads held high. Therein lieth your power, the strength to silence the song of oblivion.
Then there is a means to confront her.
Yes, if you should prove yourselves worthy. Hark!
Yep.
Nigh impossible is it to send mortals to the edge of the universe. Should you fail, there will be no second chance. As the will of the star, I ask of you this. Do you possess the fortitude to stand firm when all around you doth crumble? Do you possess the faith to vanquish despair itself?
I can't tell what color I made Morrigan's eyes.
Should you lack the strength to best a supreme deity, I cannot allow you to make the journey. You must leave this star and never return. Prepare yourselves.
Prove ourselves worthy, eh? Sounds straightforward enough.
Aye. No room for confusion there.
In any case, we've come too far to back down now.
I am of the same mind. What power I have, I shall bring to bear.
The three of you seem to be forgetting who we're up against. It's not every day we battle a divine being of untold power.
I love what she does right here.
Not quite every day. Do try not to get underfoot. Needless to say, there'll be no margin for error.
Because they're all doing their classes battle ready.
Let us hold nothing back. For the people of this world and those beyond the rift.
Or their draw. But like, I love how Y'shtola adjusts her collar or her
The question I
sleeves.
posed to thee in Elpis hath remained unanswered these long years.
Oh, yes.
I would hear thy response, warrior of light. Shouldst thou emerge victorious?
I think her eyes are red. Okay, before we run this though, I am going to go use the bathroom and run 3 minutes of ads. I will be back in a few minutes. This is the only trial you can run with a trust. We're gonna queue for it with other people first. Average wait time of 14 minutes. Holy shit. Well, I mean, we're not gonna wait the full 14 minutes. I was gonna kind of give it 5 minutes and then run it with a trust. Oh, I need to switch to Paladin, actually. Which means we have to hop out of this. You know what? We're just gonna form a party and face her as is. Yep. Let's give it a go. Thancred just better be, you know. He's my off tank. Damn it. Divine Light. Hide.
I, the last of my kind, shall test thee. Come, prove thy worth.
Stance up.
Have you the strength of will to alter man's fate?
Of course I do. Morrighan did take off her coat for this.
A change of arms. May the test continue.
Okay, so she's going from Paladin to what now? Oh, Dawn Mantle.
Prepare yourself.
I forget what red is.
We're near or far.
In. All of them got hit by that. Hey, Thancred? Okay, you got over here. Good. I was like, buddy?
And now this.
Okay, so red is in. Green is out, I think?
Light on you.
Yes. Which would mean that blue then is the go to Cardinals or enter Cardinals.
There. By blade.
Yep. Urianger, could you not be hit by things, please?
I will not hold back.
Red in.
We're near or far.
This will hurt.
By blade. Crystals of light, to me.
Here. The song of creation's end. Feel. The sorrow at hope's demise. Think. Find your way in the darkness.
Come on.
You're mine! Might. You're mine!
I almost just ran into the edge. Whoops.
Follow your light. Or fly, my children.
Let me be a
Never
cool
look
paladin.
back. Then you are resolved.
Thancred and I took like nothing from that.
This test is far from over.
Can you all not decide which of you is using it? Y'shtola did it. Y'shtola in voice chat said no. All of you knock it off. Alright, Bridget, have a good rest of the day. Hopefully you weren't late getting back.
Refulgence eternal.
You're mine!
mine!
We're near or far.
I have you now.
What did I get hit by? I have a bone stack from somewhere.
High or low?
You underestimate me!
Try and stop me!
All or nothing!
By blade!
Ooh. We fucked that up. And I was just trying to get over to the stack marker. Okay, but that was our first mistake, so it's not that... Like our first mistake that ended in, you know, death.
We must stay strong.
Uh-oh, Estinian. That's no bueno. Red is in.
We're near or far.
The Estinian goes down again. Shit. It's okay.
I will not hold back.
We'll have time to move in a minute.
You underestimate me.
This will hurt.
Green is out.
Light unyielding.
You underestimate me.
That was not a repeated hitter? Okay.
You cannot stop us.
I mean, she's trying though.
By blade.
Ooh. I ate that mechanic and I should not have. I was just not paying attention. I was so focused on my rotation at that point.
There. You cannot stop us.
There we go.
At last, man has the strength to.
Right. Now we move into cutscenes, which I'm assuming are going to be voiced.
No, this can't be happening.
Though my power is in constant flux, I have always kept a reserve for this very moment. It was a true test of your prowess. You have done well.
You'll see.
There is one thing I must ask. By sundering the world into 14 shards, the ether of all living beings too was divided. This reduction would in theory allow us to more easily interact with Dynamis. Having seen mankind brought to the very precipice of extinction, you wished for us to develop a means to overcome despair. You believed we had the potential, and sundered all creation to see it fulfilled, to deliver us to that swirling maelstrom of Dynamis in which our foe hides, and grant us the power to defeat her once and for all. Is this not true?
It is as thou sayest. 'Twas the trial to which I subjected mankind, and it hath led to untold bloodshed and suffering. There was no kindness, nor justice in the tragedy I wrought. When confronted with the almighty Zodiac, my only recourse was rend him and the world asunder, that his power be diminished for a time. And so it came to pass. Now you, my chosen, have surpassed my expectations. I entrust the fate of the universe unto you. This crystal contains the memory of Meteion's passage through the stars. Deliver it unto the Loporrits. They will guide you to her.
Though they may be capable of crossing great distances, there is a vast difference between traveling to the moon and the furthermost reaches of the great expanse. And unlike Meteion, we cannot simply soar on waves of Dynamis to our destination.
Indeed. To make such a journey would require an astronomical amount of ether. But a solution lieth close at hand.
Of course.
Yes, my child. Ever since I became the will of the star, the ether drawn here had slowly crystallized. They who have answered my call know it well. While I have remained hidden, it hath become the embodiment of the planet's will in my place. A faceless, omnipotent force of nature. The Mother Crystal, our final hope. Alas, I can do no more. The fulfillment of this task doth fall to you, my chosen. Now, heed these words. Darkness and light, despair and hope, as goeth one, so goeth the other. Become light, become hope. I have a gift for thee. Come closer. Long have I searched for a means to safeguard the future of this star. Though I knew failure after failure, by recalling thy tales and my promise to thee, I found the strength to carry on. Though the world is ever changing, thy thirst for adventure hath never waned. Thine unshakable resolve never ceases to amaze, to inspire. As a mark of my gratitude, I bestow this final gift. Thou dost possess the Crystal of Azum, yes?
I do indeed.
As Heidelin, I reside over the forces of stasis, tranquility, peace. The laws which impart stability to existence itself. I will weave this self-same power into the crystal, granting thee mastery over matter, to give form to the formless. Use it wisely, for it will not last indefinitely. As thou hast seen on thy journey through the ethereal sea, souls are drawn to thee. Mayhap this trait will prove to be a boon rather than a hindrance. It is thy hopes and prayers that enable Azum's invocations and give them life. So keep them close. But pray, remember this. When the way forward is hidden, even from the mind's eye, look not to the invocation, but within yourself. These were the words of the crystal's original bearer.
So the unsundered me.
With that, my work is finished. Fulfill our promise. Right the wrongs committed when the world was yet whole. Silence the song of oblivion. Teach her a brighter melody. Show her our journey is far from over.
We will find our way, Vana.
Of this, I have no doubt. For yours is a light brilliant beyond measure. Long after I have gone, though not even my soul remaineth, my love will be with you forever, my dearest children.
Although I just realized we never did answer her question on whether or not our journey was worth it. Well, Fortunal, do we have news for you? Yep. I'm glad to see you well. Though we could roughly place your souls, deep as you went, we could neither see nor hear you. The fluctuations in your ether near the end gave me quite a fright. What in the world happened? We communed with Mommy, and we killed her. But she thinks we can go to the end of the universe now and save the world without having to go to the moon. You mean to say Hydaelyn is... No, there's no time to feel our feelings. We must carry out Hydaelyn's will without delay. We'll find Meteion if it's the last thing we do. If you wouldn't mind handing over the crystal, that is. The fancy navigatory one. Right? Oopsie. To the edge of the universe, where congregates the despair of countless stars, you are determined to see this through. We are. Should words fail us, we will fight to the bitter end. I know that it pains you to accept this. Would that I need ask nothing more of you. Yet we only have two means to travel the great expanse, the moon and Sharlayan's Ark. I am all too aware that without both of them there will be no exodus, but I nevertheless beg you to honor the agreement we made. The Forum's decision will be honored. You have earned the right to use the ship as you see fit, and I could not rescind it even if I wanted to. As it happens, I do not, and would do all within my power to aid your cause. With that settled, might I suggest you rest a while? Proving oneself to Hydaelyn is never easy, and despite our unparalleled genius, we'll need a day to make the necessary calculations. You may as well take advantage of it. You can chart a course through the sea of stars in a single day. You gods! Shall we head above ground for some fresh air then? And perhaps a nap? We're gonna wrap up here in about 40-ish minutes. I'm hoping we can get through the next 3 quests. Where am I? We gotta go back to the Baldician Annex, which the quickest way to do that is gonna be to teleport from that Ethernet shard right up there. Aha! I've been expecting you! I heard about your foray into the ethereal sea. The students have ventured far and wide, but never quite so deep as that. Are you experiencing any after effects from your prolonged exposure? Nausea? Dizziness? Hauntings? Well, have a pleasant sleep, and if you do experience any unusual phenomena, please let me know. I shall add it to our records.
There you are. Some time, indeed, yes. For you, at least. Believe me, I'd meant to get some proper sleep. But here we are, drifting along instead. Well, well, you too. And so we remain, to watch and wonder. Yes, indeed. To begin, we first must see the end.
Ow. Okay. Easy enough. Morrighan, I trust you've had a good rest. An envoy of Master Fortunaut's arrived not long ago with a message. The Loporrits have determined Meteion's location. We've been asked to gather at the Rostra. I'll meet you there along with the others. Okay. To the Rostra. I know this next area we're heading into, like these next few quests and stuff, lots of cutscenes. So I appreciate you all being here and hanging out and bearing with me as there's I mean, I try to interject a little bit, like commentary, but when the cutscenes are voiced, I often get wrapped up and caught up in it as well. And then I try to not talk over them talking. Everyone appears to be present and accounted for. Good. As you know, the Loporrits have deduced the whereabouts of Meteion by means of a crystal bequeathed to us by Hydaelyn herself. Your quarry's location is a place far beyond the moon, in the farthest reaches of the Sea of Stars at the edge of creation. A veritable Ultima Thule. Indeed. How then are we to reach it? An excellent question! Luckily for you, I have an equally excellent answer. In theory, with its advanced propulsion systems, the moon is capable of delivering you to Ultima Thule, but the myriad other facilities housed within would greatly impede travel through the Sea of Stars. Even the Mother Crystal may not possess enough ether to bear so massive a vessel to our destination and back. However, if we integrate our Hyper Hopper into your ether burner, we should be able to fire things up and jump our way to the end of the universe in no time. Father, does this mean? Bear in mind this decision was not made solely at my discretion, but with the consent of the Forum. Hearing the Loporrits' proposal, the Forum was faced with a grave decision. To commit the Ark to this endeavor would mean abandoning both our plans to evacuate to the moon and to resettle on another star. Needless to say, the proposition invited fierce debate. In the end, however, the Forum was swayed by the simple fact that Hydaelyn believed you possessed of the strength needed to overcome this crisis. The Great Exodus was, after all, a plan of Hydaelyn's own making. Therefore, in the 11th hour she would proffer another means by which we may seek salvation, we would be fools to dismiss it outright, out of hand. Indeed, she sacrificed everything, her existence, to avert the destruction of this star. That is why we have chosen to place our faith in Hydaelyn, in you. The Ark will be made ready for your voyage to Ultima Thule. What of all the people that have labored so tirelessly to prepare for the evacuation? They must be furious. I would not be so sure. They have not forgotten your deeds on the Magna Glacies. Nor did your instrumental role in orchestrating the delivery of adamantite go unnoticed. No, the people do not protest. Quite the contrary. They have expressed unwavering support for you and your mission. Are the Loperites too willing to abandon the Exodus? Were you not listening when we said we were born of Heideland's love for Etheirys and its people? If it means your survival, we would do anything to help. And you'll most certainly have need of our expertise where you're going. There's no guarantee Ultima Thule is a place that supports life. An otherwise vexing problem our know-how can remedy. Besides, Heideland chose us to lead the way to Meteon. Why else would she give you a crystal only we can decipher? But more importantly, we were perfectly content to evacuate Etheirys until you brought us here, Urianger, and now we're enamored with the place. So what choice do we have but to save it? Of course, none of this would be possible without you and the Scions. So I must ask, are you certain you wish to do this? Yes. You couldn't stop us if you tried. Very well. We shall inform the Forum of your decision and begin preparations to bolster the Harp with the, Hyper Hopper. The Loperites will coordinate with the Ilsabad contingent to have the necessary components transported via the Tower of Babel. Of course, it will take time until the work is complete. For now, pray take your ease. 'Twould seem there is naught to do but rest and prepare. Shall we? We shall. So looking at the quest list, actually, we have this quest we'll finish, and hopefully the next one. Ooh, a lookout point. Because the third quest that I thought we would do, actually, will be a lot of cutscenes, and I'd rather start stream tomorrow with it than be fretting over whether or not I'll have enough time to watch them all before I have to end stream today. Ere we depart, we must leave nothing undone. Quite, though it is difficult to conceive of how one can best prepare to brave a domain where Dynamis governs all. Nevertheless, Heideland deemed us worthy of the trials that await. For lack of any other feasible options at this late stage, let us trust in her judgment and face Meteon as we are. Which leaves the not-so-small task of coordinating our efforts here to you and to Taru. If all goes to plan, we'll be back before you know it. I certainly hope so. We will be praying for your safe return. Mayhap it will affect the Dynamis for the better. With that settled, we should get some rest and make the most of the time we've been afforded. The meeting's over, is it? You were in there for so long I started to worry. What did they have to say? The edge of creation. I see. Rest assured everything will remain in order until you return. And you will return. Actually, Morrighan, could I borrow you for a moment? Looks like your plans for the interim are decided. When the two of you have finished, meet us back at the Baldessian Annex, alright? me to the Agora. I have something to show you. This is when I think you get the level 89/90 gear for your respective classes. Welcome, Morrighan, to Taru's boutique. I've always done my best to provide the Scions with fashionable attire, but in your case specifically, I make an extra effort to strive for the most functional yet stylish clothing one could ask for. Not that I'm playing favorites, but you are the warrior of light. Faced with this unprecedented crisis, I knew you would need an ensemble unlike anything I've created before, and that I wouldn't be able to do it alone. And so, after enlisting the aid of the world's finest artisans, I finally completed my career-defining masterpiece. But then inspiration struck, and I saw a golden opportunity just begging to be seized. With the help of some Thavnarian refugees, I decided to set up shop here in Sharlayan. Of course, I would never charge you for any of our works, perish the thought. Varsarud, how are things coming along? Everything is in order, Mistress Tataru. We'll be ready to open shortly. Which is why I brought you here, to be our very first patron. Would you mind waiting here a moment longer? Sure. Following event cannot be skipped. You may wish to cancel any pending Duty Finder registrations. Well, luckily, I don't have it. Ah, I did not expect to find you here. I imagine Midana would also wish to offer her regards. Alas, after delivering our dragon scales to the engineers, she remained to assist with their work on the Etherburn. This simulacrum too will stay in Sharlayan while I oversee matters in Rods at Han. It is a rather convenient means to keep abreast of developments pertaining to the final days or anything else. It also allows me, after a fashion, to watch over my people in this distant land. Varshan, I was hoping you'd stop by. I can't thank you enough for allowing your artisans to work with me here at the boutique. Please, it is I who should be thanking you. This establishment has restored a sense of normalcy to their lives. You have blessed them with newfound purpose, and a means by which to support themselves in these troubled times. What's more, when they at last return home to Rods at Han, the experience and knowledge they have gained in your employ will no doubt prove a boon to the artistry and commerce of our land. In fact, I came here to see how your new employees are settling in, and to express my gratitude for granting them this opportunity. It's an opportunity for me as well. Believe you me, your artisans have taught me so much about Thavnarian craftsmanship. Their resourcefulness and ingenuity are nothing short of inspiring. I can't wait to see what kind of wonders we come up with. I pray you every success in your endeavors, Mistress Tatal. Before coming here, I heard word of the Forum's decision, of what will soon be attempted. It was only then that I finally understood why my father called this star the last bastion of hope. Indeed, it was the last bastion, for the flame of every other star he encountered had likely been extinguished. In the boundless dark, the light of brimming life must have been blinding in its splendor. You journey into the heavens to protect that light. May the scales of my kin serve you well. I have faith you will prevail, and restore peace and tranquility to this star. I would like to visit Rods at Han again when this is all over, and we should be honored to receive you. There is still much of Rods at Han you have yet to see. Forgive me, but I must take my leave. Fare you well, and remember, the people of this star have not yet given up hope, and neither must you. Who do we see next? Also, what's going on with that knight over there who's in armor and struggling? Where must I go to get a meal with some flavor in this wasteland of taste? It's going to be like putting way. Oh no, it's a monolane. Morrighan, old girl. My, whatever are you doing here? A new boutique, you say? I had been meaning to expand my wardrobe. Yes, something with a little more flair, perhaps befitting a man of my station. Though I have nowhere to flaunt said raiment so long as my confinement continues indefinitely. I, the young Lord Fortemps, insists that, so long as there is work to be done, no matter how trivial, I must abide here in Charlian. Thus do I toil, through every fiber of my being rails against it. Why, I've even suffered the company of that brute Saccard to see supplies transported in a timely fashion. Yet he was the one granted leave this morning to participate in some supposed covert operation. So I suffer instead for his otherwise welcome absence. Now burdened with extra busy work, and without Onawa here, there is no one to prepare my meals. I came here in the hopes of finding a nice cafe, perhaps. Alas, the Charlian delicacies I've sampled were lacking in every respect. Have you tried Archon Loaf? You can find it in all the shops. No. If a hearty meal is what you're after, then I'd suggest The Last Stand. The cafe over on the pier, their cuisine didn't appear all that appetizing, but if you vouch for their cooking, then perhaps I will give it a try. Thank you for the suggestion, and ta-ta for now, old girl. Oops. I keep opening the same thing, trying to switch screens. Well, well, is that Morrighan and Tataru I spy? Oh, Hancock. Hancock, what are you still doing here? You said you were returning immediately after dropping off your cargo. Yes, that was my original plan. After all, any expertise required, aside from the delivery of goods, is well beyond my purview. But what manner of entrepreneur would squander an opportunity to study the markets of the northern seas? Were we not, I will return straightaways to Kugane once I have finished. Of course you would find a way to turn this crisis to your advantage. She wounds me. The industrious woman running a new boutique. I am not blind to the travails of those who fight on the front lines to deliver us from ruin. Indeed, I have every confidence they will succeed, and I would make myself and my business ready for their return. If you believe in them so devoutly, then why not put your money where your mouth is? Fair enough, Tataru, fair enough. There is not more I can do to help ready the Ark and her heroes for their maiden voyage. But on your return, I shall host a grand celebration in your honor at the Bokairo Inn. Accommodations are quite costly, given the reputation of said establishment, but the East Aldenard Trading Company would be honored to foot the bill. Will there be lemon cakes? Oh, a woman of tart tastes, I see. Yes, there will be lemon cakes and much, much more. The finest delicacies the world and Lord Lolorito have to offer. Tataru is none too pleased. But let us speak more of this upon your return, lest I draw even more of Tataru's ire. Until next we meet. Is there a fourth person we talk to? Ah, Morrighan, decided to spend your time at the markets, did ya? Tataru! Biggs! Wedge! I take it work on the Ark proceeds apace. Aye, it does, indeed. Collaborating with the greatest minds of Sharlayan and Rodzidhorn has been a rewarding experience, and that's to say nothing of what we've learned from the Loperates. The Ark is unlike anything we've ever had the pleasure to work on. Even Nero was rendered speechless on more than one occasion. I can't wait for you to see it. It's still hard to believe we have the means to send you off into the great expanse, though. To the farthest known reaches of, well, everything. I never thought I'd live to see such marvels, yet here I am. More often than not, you and the Scions are the catalyst that sparks the need for these great innovations. To think how much I'd have missed out on had I not been a member of the Ironworks. An awful lot of work, to be fair, and the privilege of being worked like a cart chocobo. Oh, there is that too. As busy as we've been, I wish there was more we could do for you, Morrighan. But no matter what happens, we have to keep believing for a brighter future. And one filled with even more adventure. When you head back, would you tell the engineers I'll be along shortly with refreshments? That's very kind of you, Tataru. They'll be glad to hear it. And on that note, Wedge and I should get going. Still a few more supplies to gather before we return. Tell her what you feel, Wedge. Tell her what you feel. Terribly sorry for the wait. Right this way, if you please. Right. I don't believe the two of you have been formally introduced. This is Varsarud from Parlika's Stand. Haven't we met before? Ah, yes, it was you who helped us at Perusa, and again when crossing the ice fields, was it not? I doubt we exchanged little more than glances then, but it is kind of you to remember me. Thanks to Mistress Tataru, I and many of my friends have found gainful employment in this foreign land. It is only natural to feel fear in the face of calamity. In such times we must look to one another for strength and succor. I know not whether we will come to call this place home or return to Thavner, but we are here today, and we are glad to have contributed to the cause. And contribute they did by helping to make your new garments as durable as possible. We put our heart and souls into them, and I have every confidence they'll keep you safe in the battles to come. Gods, to think how far we've come since our humble beginnings at the Waking Sands. From the rising stones to the falling snows, and even a certain insufferable someone's ruby bazaar. We were always fortunate to find friends along the way. Even when you were swept away to the first, Rahatia was there to grant you sanctuary. I'll never forget the relief I felt when you all returned to us. I thought my heart would burst. Yours has been a long, long journey, and I've been privileged to watch, often with bated breath, as you persevered time and time again. For all the joy we've shared, there's been much sorrow as well, but I've long since learned you can't have one without the other. Which is why I promised to send you off to the Sea of Stars with a smile, and you can be certain I'll be the first one to welcome you back on your return. Aw. Ooh, here we go. In addition to your new ensemble, we have raiments and weaponry for every need, so please feel free to browse our stuff. Job-specific gear can be obtained and equipped at level 89, however, all item stats will be subject to item level sync. Upon reaching level 90, these items will no longer be synced. Furthermore, the gear can be dyed upon completion of the role quest associated with said job. Do I get to see all of them? Oh, I do! What does that sword look? Nope, stop it. Show me what the sword looks like. Okay, that's not bad. Yeah, I'm not a fan of that gunblade, though. Alright. What does the paladin look like? Okay. Honestly, not terrible. What about the gunbreaker? Again, not terrible, but not necessarily a fan. The paladin thing is a... Oh! Well, it's in my inventory now. And again, not bad. I guess let's just get all of this stuff real quick. Yeah, I know. The warrior bottoms, I love. I just haven't got my warrior to level 90 yet. Then we need... I don't mind these ones. I like the belts on the thighs. I guess we'll take them. I don't know if I'm going to ever actually... I mean, obviously I'm not going to equip them because they're worse than the gear I've already got. But maybe for glam purposes someday. And I think we're going to end stream there. Because I feel like this next one has a lot of cutscenes too. And we're getting close to when I'm going to have to finish anyway. And I'd rather have the whole quest in one stream as opposed to splitting the quest between two streams. So, with that, thank you all so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed the stream today, and I appreciate everyone that was here. What did that person say their name? We could call them Mentor is what they're known as in their community. Mentor, thank you for the follow and coming over from YouTube. And my sign-offs are always bad. I always just... I drag them on way too long, and I should really have more of a plan when I come into them. But over on YouTube, since this is going to be there in probably about a week now, don't forget YouTube to like, comment, and subscribe and all of that stuff, and that you can catch me on Twitch, where I stream Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, starting between 9 and 10 a.m. Pacific time. And I go until about 2 p.m. Pacific time. Ugh, that cough hurt. It snuck up on me. And as for Twitch, thanks for hanging out. Don't forget to take care of yourselves this evening, and I have a feeling we're going to do a bonus stream tomorrow to try. I want to try and finish this up by Friday so that next week, Bridget redeemed a Final Fantasy VII original playthrough, and I would like to start that next week, so I want to be done with 14 by the time we start that. So, look forward to that. Hopefully we can finish up the last, 12 quests in 2 streams. Here's hoping. But this outro has dragged on long enough. So thanks for watching. Take care of yourselves. Don't forget to drink water and all that good stuff. And I will